Hello, welcome back to PokéBoys. It is the season 5 interstitial episode. Um, First off, wild that we've gone through 5 seasons already, so that's
No doubt.
crazy. Um, but yeah, here for our in between seasons episode to tide you over until our season 6 gym leader lock begins. Title still work in progress there. But tonight we have a fun episode planned for you. We just went through Pokemon Sword and Shield and did the Generation Lock, a great idea from Kumino himself down there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And as we were playing through it, I was like, usually, sometimes we have like interstitial episode ideas, far in advance. Maybe like, when we interviewed Infamous, I'd always wanted to talk to him. I love watching his channel. As soon as we knew we were going to be playing Pokemon Infinity, I was like, we got to try to talk to Atomic, of course. But other times like this, we didn't really have anything planned. And as we were going through the generation lock, I was like, wait a second. We talked a lot about how Galar kind of doesn't get the love maybe it should get or could deserve, because the story presented in the game is pretty lackluster and non-existent. But the region itself, as we were going through it, we kind of enjoyed the region. We thought it was beautiful. We thought the towns were really cool, all that stuff. And I was like, man, it would be kind of fun to go through each region, the lore that we get in the game, and kind of like do a tier list and rank them. So, welcome to the region lore tier list. We're going to be going through each region of the game for all 9 generations, and we're going to be talking about the lore that is presented to us within the games. We're not going to be talking about anything from the manga or the anime. This is strictly the lore that we are either fed or discover through, gameplay in these games.
In which I
We're gonna
can't lie, I almost dug that deep and went into the manga and anime
Well,
in
I'm glad
in
you did.
researching. So
But yeah, oh, that reminds me. Before we even get started, I got to shout out Venom, by the way, our top patron on for PokéBoys. Thank you very much for your support over the last few months. Meant a lot. Thank you. And if you're wondering how you could support us, you can go to patreon.com/showboyspodcast. There is an Ace Trainer tier for $3 a month. You could support the podcast, help us continue to put out good content for you. And you get some special benefits like becoming our workforce. You could give us money and then we can put you to work for the podcast.
Yes.
But no, in all seriousness, you get early unedited access to the episodes. You can recommend games and challenges for us to play, all that fun stuff. Go check it out, patreon.com/showboyspodcast, the Ace Trainer tier. Thank you. But yeah, Venom and Winter Jam, if you remember from the Infinity Battle tournament we did, they both participated. They actually helped us compile a lot of the research that we will be using tonight for this episode. So thank you guys so much. It was such a huge help. We really appreciate it. It was awesome.
in which
Thank
we
you.
have a joke from Venom later
Yeah.
on in the list that is
Yes.
actually very funny.
Yes, it is great. But yeah, Dad, how you doing tonight? You look excited to be digging into some Pokemon region lore.
Yes. I have no idea what to expect from all this. Other than it's a tiered ranking. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm here. I'm along for the ride.
Nice.
Yeah,
Kumino, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm good. I'm good. But essentially, we'll be teaching Dad all of the lore, and he will be probably deciding what is his favorite or the generation next that he wants to jump into based off of how it sounds. So
That's true.
you guys need to listen carefully.
That is one thing that really excited me about doing this episode too, is like we get to present all this to like brand new, fresh eyes. Like he doesn't know any of this stuff, and he's not going to come into these regions with like preconceived notions or jaded feelings of like, oh yeah, Generation 1, their Pokemon are so boring. Blah, who could think Kanto has cool lore? Yeah, we just get to tell it to him, and he gets to tell us what he thinks about it. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
But without further ado, let's get started. We are going to go through this lovely Canva tier list that I definitely did not throw together like 5 minutes before we jumped into this recording. But yeah, just to eliminate any confusion right off the top, the regions on the tier list are going to be represented by their starting Pokemon trio. This is not a tier list of the starting Pokemon for each region. This was the clearest way I could visually represent each region, because I doubt anyone could see, well, except for the most hardcore of Pokemon fans, could see a map of like Hoenn or Kanto and be like, oh yeah, that's very easily, I can tell that's Kanto on the C tier. All right, let's start. We have
Which would have been a
nowhere.
cool ranking list also. Is the
Yeah,
starting.
I mean, hey, dude, there's definitely plenty of things we could tier list in the world of Pokemon. So
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
who
it
knows?
really is. So
Maybe the starting trio will return for its own tier list episode.
possibly.
Yeah, where do you guys want to start? I mean, at the top, Generation 1. Is there any other place to start?
I mean, no, it's the place that started it all. So, in which
Without
you know what,
pointing at you, I'm giving you a 1.
Nice.
real
Yeah,
quick,
couldn't tell if that was a like, hey, wait a second, or you wanted to start a Generation
right?
1.
Or if you was actually, praising the tribal chief, but no, real quick. So I was diving into this as we was working on the list, and just so you guys can know, a bit of a spoiler. Generation 8 and Generation 9 don't connect to the timeline of Pokemon the way that the other ones do. Meaning,
What?
Masuda did not come in and say, "Oh, this event happened at this point," and so on and so forth. So, in which I stated in the regions that I worked on that I put the time frame that I believe stuff happened.
Nice. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And again, so how tier lists have worked in the past for Showboys episodes, once we put something on the list, it's not set in stone until the very end. So say we put Kanto at a B tier, after we hear some more region lores, we can still go back and be like, oh, actually Kanto's a little bit cooler than we first thought, or maybe it's a little less cool than we first thought. So until the very end of the episode, the rankings will be kind of fluid until we finally agree, set in stone at the end. And with all that being said, let's get started with Generation 1, which takes place in the Kanto region. If you didn't know, fun fact, the Kanto region in the Pokemon games is actually based on the real life Kanto region in Japan. All the towns are named after colors except for Palette Town, which is a reference to, the color palette, meaning the range of colors, which I thought was pretty interesting. Not really lore related, but just a little fun fact. I guess we can start off with the legendary, pseudo legendary, interesting Pokemon from this region. First being Mew, mythical Pokemon that was discovered in the Guyana jungle, that was used to create Mewtwo via cloning. And that jungle is actually a reference to South America, which is pretty cool. And it's said to hold the DNA of all Pokemon. And there's been very contentious debate on whether Mew is the first Pokemon or if it's Arceus. But yeah, Mew, pretty cool little kitty Pokemon. I believe it's in our logo. One of Kumino's favorites, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
We also have Mewtwo, of course, which I just said was a clone of Mew, most powerful Pokemon to ever exist. We have Porygon, which was the first artificially created Pokemon made from computer programming, which is kind of interesting. Of course, the legendary trio of Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno, legendary birds, and the Dragon Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite pseudo line. But outside of that, the lore for the Pokemon themselves presented in the game's not like super deep. A lot of the lore for the Kanto regions presented in Generation 1 at least is not super deep, which you'll find as we continue to go through the rest of the regions. But one thing that has always fascinated me about Kanto is this mysterious like great Pokemon war that's referenced. Not much is known about it except that Lieutenant Surge served in the war, and there's all sorts of fan rumors and things like that. That this great Pokemon war is why Pokemon trainers don't have dads because they all went off to war and they died serving. It's a very cool thing that they just like bring up, and then it's like 2 sentences of dialogue and never mentioned or referenced ever again. But like, how did they fight this war? Was it like war in our world and time with guns and people versus people, or did they like harness the power of Pokemon and use it to fight other Pokemon, or use Pokemon to like fight people? Like what happened? Who was the war between?
This is the exact reason why I was going to dive into the anime and the manga. Because if you go that route, then you do get the war is essentially a regular war, just add Pokemon in there as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good to know. I would love a fan game based off like in the Pokemon war. Like, please, somebody make it happen.
Conquest kind of did it, so maybe we can get a Conquest 2 that covers that.
Dude, Conquest is one of my favorite games.
Mine too.
No lie, that game's so good. And there's like a couple fan versions of Conquest that I want to try so bad. That
maybe we can do it in one of the seasons.
Dude, that would be amazing. That game sorely needs a remaster and a sequel. Like, please, what are you doing? But yeah, yes. Kanto Pokemon, the Great Pokemon War, one of my favorite events that is just never, elaborated on in the games. Of course, we have Team Rocket, the introduction to this villainous team who basically is just trafficking Pokemon. They steal Pokemon, sell Pokemon. That's kind of their spiel. In Generation 1 in Kanto, we're not like, ending the world. We're not like saving the world from alternate dimension Pokemon. We're just like, these guys are stealing people's Pokemon and selling them. That's bad. We have, of course, Team Rocket invading and taking over Silph Co., which is a big manufacturing company in Kanto. They make a variety of different goods, including the Silph Scope and, of course, the Master Ball, the best Pokeball. Yes, all Pokeballs, but the Master Ball, of course, being, of course, the most amazing, never fail, save it for all the good guys. And of course, at least the first time we as players are introduced to the Pokédex. However, if we're talking the first Pokédex ever, that probably takes place in Jubilife Village in Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Because see, that one is questionable. Now, this is diving into something that we didn't even cover in any of the regions, but so they all come from different regions when they come there.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that the other regions actually have Pokédexes before they get there, or at the very least, the region that Laverton is from.
Okay. Yep. Some interesting locations. We have Mount Moon, which is just a giant cave system. One of the few places where
Oh.
wild Clefairy could be found. And Mount Moon's known for just its frequent meteor falls, shards of the meteorites.
Terrorizing Dad.
Zubats and Zubats. But no, shards of these meteorites that fall around Mount Moon, they break off and become moonstones, which then we use to evolve certain Pokemons that have interesting reactions to the moonstones. Kind of cool. Of course, we have Pokemon fossils in there. We have the Safari Zone, Pokemon Preserve. Trainers can go and catch exotic Pokemon. The Cerulean Cave, which is managed by the Pokemon League and the home of Mewtwo, which is interesting that the Pokemon League takes care of that. Seafoam Islands, the home of Articuno, just an island system out in the ocean. We have the abandoned power plant that was abandoned years before the game, home to Zapdos. The Pokemon Tower, which is in Lavender Town, a burial ground for deceased Pokemon. We have the Pokemon Mansion in Cinnabar Island. This has been abandoned for years and partially burnt down. It is the former home of a Pokemon researcher and the implied place where Mewtwo was first created. And, excuse me, journal entries found throughout the mansion detail the birth of Mewtwo, and those were allegedly written by Mr. Fuji, who he runs the Lavender Volunteer Pokemon House in Lavender Town. He takes care of like the abandoned and orphaned Pokemon. And yeah, apparently he used to live on Cinnabar Island and was known as Dr. Fuji, founder of the Cinnabar Lab and friend of Blaine, the gym leader in Cinnabar Town, or Cinnabar Island, I mean. And on that note, some interesting question mark characters. Again, not a lot of elaboration in the first generation of Pokemon games. But of course, we have the Pokemon Professor, Professor Oak, and his strange relationship with Agatha of the Elite Four. It's not really explained much, but Agatha makes comments about Oak when you fight her in, I believe, the Let's Go games, but maybe even some of the other ones. Maybe
she
they
makes comments in the Let's Go games as well as what is
Fire
it?
Red and Green.
Pokemon Masters EX, the
Oh, okay.
mobile game. Yeah. Matter of fact, they actually reference sort of kind of their relationship, at the very least, of them being rivals and fighting in the past. That the scene that we see at the beginning of Blue, Red, and Yellow of the Nidorino and Gengar fighting is them.
Was it? Oh, that dude. She is the ghost Elite Four.
Yeah.
Bro, that makes sense. That's pretty cool. Maybe they were spurned lovers, or maybe they were just simply rival Pokemon trainers. We'll never know. We'll never know. I already mentioned Team Rocket, the villainous organization that kind of lacks depth in this game, but their leader Giovanni gives off the old Italian mob boss vibe. Organized crime, also gym leader. But yeah, that kind of wraps up Kanto. As we progress through the regions, you'll hear much more detailed lore. But Kumino, is there anything that maybe I left out that you think would be interesting to help give it a decent ranking here on the tier list?
I mean, looking at it, you pretty much touch everything that is mainly important. But to dive a little bit more into the lore of Kanto, being that it's the first Pokemon game, and honestly, they thought that it was going to be the last, they only put so much lore into things that they thought were mysterious at that time. Like ghost type Pokemon, like Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. They had lore around them that they was just the souls of, you know, deceased people haunting and playing tricks and stuff of that nature. And like the legendary birds, uh, their lore was not touched on, in which it really should have been. It's kind of like they just threw them in as something
Yeah.
they wanted there.
Yeah, hey
You know?
guys, we'll just give them names that have like Spanish 1, 2, and 3.
Right. So, but yeah, you know, for the most part, yeah, you hit everything.
Nice. Well, for me, well, first let's hear, Dad. Where would you rank this based off of the information I just provided you?
Well,
Of course, we have S tier being the best, and
right,
then
yeah.
D tier being the worst. Where would Kanto fall for you?
If I were to base it solely on what you said, I'd probably give it a B ranking. Because, like,
Okay.
it's not terrible, right? I mean, it's the original. It's
Yeah.
where it all got started. There's enough backstory there to intrigue me to want to know more, and did a little digging. It's been in 8 different games. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
This region, which explains my triggered moment of red.
Yes.
So I would like to come back to this region.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like
I
we'll
mean, like
definitely
playing it,
revisit it.
and we can also revisit this. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Kumino, where does it fall for you? B being so far right here in the middle of our rankings.
Honestly, I feel like B is the I'm about to say beer. Lord Jesus. You know where my mind is at. B is the best place for it, you know, with the nostalgia and everything that's attached to it. It does this good, it does a job of introducing us to a universe that end up becoming a major phenomenon that's still going today. So B is a good spot for it, lore wise, that is.
Yeah, I would agree. I was floating between B or C, but for now, I think B is good. So I think there's like Dad said, there's enough there to like hold your attention and pull you in. But like I was floating towards C because like really what holds your attention is like the monster taming, the Pokemon, the battling, stuff like that. There's not much of a story being presented to you as you play through the game.
Well, I mean, you have the story that you got with Team Rocket. I
Yeah,
think I think that is what holds us outside of the monster catching, because of course, like if you're a collector or if you like collecting, yeah, that aspect alone draws you in. But the story that is told with Team Rocket, hence the reason why they're regarded as the best evil villainous team in the Pokemon universe, is because they're realistic
yeah,
in their goals.
yeah. It's not
And
super outlandish.
right, and Giovanni, he embodies that of a mobster boss,
Yeah,
you know. And like I said, like it's realistic that possibly a 10-year-old with a fire lizard can take down this organization, you know.
yeah, and it is cool that like um him being like the mob boss, Team Rocket being like semi-organized crime, that he is also a gym leader. Like I like that he just well, first off, I like that their objective isn't like we're going to summon the eternal darkness and suck all of the water out of the planet and land will reign forever. Like it's like,
Yeah.
no, we just want to steal Pokemon and sell them because it makes us money. And it's like sometimes you just need a simple villain. But like the fact that it's Team Rocket has lived on like for so long. And I think there's enough like mystery and things that could potentially be revisited, uh, you know, like they like to do in future generations. I don't know. There's enough there that could make it even more interesting if they came back and decided to do something else in Kanto.
Yeah.
But yeah, B seems okay for me. Um, let's move on to Johto. Generation 2 being my favorite generation of the main series, probably simply for nostalgia's sake and the fact that this was the first Pokemon game that I ever 100%ed. Like even back in the day when it first came out, like little, I don't even know what year this came out, but like 12 or 13-year-old Mike like traded with his brother and his friend from middle school, like, and 100% of the Pokédex. And I think for that simple reason, this Johto is like holds a special place in my heart. But much like Kanto, Johto is based on a real life region in Japan, the Kansai region, which I'm probably going to mispronounce any sort of um, any sort of reference to Japan.
It's
But
okay. I mean, you're close enough.
yeah, whatever. You get it. You get it. But Johto is directly west of Kanto. They kind of connect. And we get a little, they kind of flesh out a few other things here in this region. In terms of the legendary, pseudo legendaries, any interesting Pokemon, of course, you have Ho-Oh, the legendary phoenix of the Tin Tower, said to have revived the three legendary beasts being Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. You can call them the three dogs, but Entei being a lion beast said to create volcanoes when it's born. Suicune being a legendary beast that is able to walk and purify water. Raikou being a legendary tiger-like beast said to be able to control storm clouds. We have Lugia, the legendary plesiosaur bird hybrid, lived in the Brass Tower before its relocation to the Whirl Islands. And there is some speculation that maybe Lugia is like the parent or I can't think of the right word, but like uh, leader of the legendary birds,
Yeah, he's
Articuno,
just the
Zapdos,
leader.
and Moltres. So that's kind of cool. Little connection between the two regions there. We have Celebi, of course, which we've talked about a handful of times because Celebi's in like every game, every fan game. Just Celebi's everywhere. They're all over the place. Those little onion fairies. But of course, the time travel Pokemon and the voice of the forest. Whenever Celebi is seen, it is said the future is still hopeful. So, well, good luck charm there when Celebi's around. We have Tyranitar, which is pseudo legendary. It's said to eat entire mountains of rock to evolve, which is very rowdy. We have the unknown line of Pokemon. These are mysterious Pokemon that inhabit the ruins of Alph. It has 28 forms representing the letters of the alphabet, of course, along with the exclamation point and the question mark. And then Blissey, which is just a regular old Pokemon. However, it has the highest base HP and the highest single stat of any Pokemon besides temporary forms, which is not necessarily lore related, but kind of cool little fun fact. In terms of some major events, around 1500 years ago, the ruins of Alph were built, the first known man-made structure built in Johto. Who built these ruins is unknown, but it's believed that they were a group that wish to coexist with the mysterious unknown Pokemon who inhabit the ruins. A strange radio signal emits from this location on the channel of your Poke Radio 13.5. Between 1500 and 700 years ago, two groups of humans, one from the ruins of Alph in Johto and one from the Spear Pillar in Sinnoh, not the Spear Pillow.
That is a very uncomfortable pillow. I can guarantee
Yes,
you that.
yeah, would not recommend. But they build a temple to Arceus in the modern day Sinjo ruins. Around 700 years ago, the tin and brass towers were built in Ecruteak City. 500 years ago, Cinnawood Pharmacy, the world's oldest pharmacy, is built in Cinnawood City. 400 years ago, a drought plagues Azalea Town. It only ends when a local slowpoke yawns and creates rain. Of course, Johto and slowpokes, they have a special relationship.
That they do.
150 years ago, a lightning strike sets fire to and burns down the Tin Tower. 3 nameless Pokemon perish in the fire and then are revived as the legendary beasts, Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. They are revived by Ho-Oh. These 3 Pokemon that perish in the fire are rumored to be and heavily speculated to be Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon, the first 3 Eevee evolutions. That's not confirmed, but it's also not denied.
Sounds good to me.
So they're all, they're fire, water, electric. Who knows? Maybe. We have the reformation of Team Rocket 3 years after their initial defeat in Kanto. At first, they commit crimes such as cutting off Slowpoke tails. Gross. However, Kumino is very happy in Bushido when he could just farm Slowpoke tails out of the well and become a millionaire.
Yes.
They also attempted to force Pokemon to evolve from high-frequency sound waves that they emit from a secret hideout near the Lake of Rage. Eventually, they take over Goldenrod Tower and attempt to contact their original leader, Giovanni. However, that doesn't happen because we beat them. In terms of interesting locations, we have the ruins of Alph, which we talked about, built by an ancient civilization that wished to coexist and protect the unknown Pokemon. We have the Bell Tower, which is located in Ecruteak City, the home of Ho-Oh. We have the Burn Tower, which was formerly the Tin Tower before it burned down. Former home of Lugia and birthplace of the 3 legendary doggos. We have the Sprout Tower in Violet City, just inhabited and upkept by an order of monks, and they're always battling and whatnot in the Sprout Tower. We have Mount Mortar, large mountain in North Johto, sprawling maze-like interior. The Goldenrod Radio Tower, which is a massive establishment in the biggest city in Johto. This is something that Team Rocket takes over inevitably. Lake of Rage, home of the first static shiny Pokemon. Maybe the introduction to shiny Pokemon in general. We have a nice big old red Gyarados we have to take care of in there. It was forced to evolve using the radio frequencies from Team Rocket. The Pokeathlon Dome, large stadium dedicated to Olympic-themed Pokemon competition. The Whirl Islands, set of islands that are just in a constant tempest of storms, home of Lugia. Of course, Johto also has a safari zone. We have the Olivine Lighthouse, the Dragon's Den near Blackthorn City, the Slowpoke Well. I hate talking about Slowpoke Well because anytime Slowpoke's getting their tails chopped off, that's just sad time.
Right. Better to just pluck them off, dig it in a well.
Exactly. Just don't go down the well. Don't go down the well. The Ilex Forest Shrine, dedicated to Celebi, of course, and the Tojo Falls, which is the landmark that connects Johto and Kanto, which you can traverse in the post game. Some interesting characters from Johto. We have Professor Elm, who specializes in Pokemon breeding and is credited with discovering Pokemon eggs, which I don't know how anyone did not discover Pokemon eggs before this. Like, where do Pokemon come from? I feel like that's a very basic question we should have had answers to like thousands of years ago, but
Right.
apparently we did not. But yeah, Team Rocket makes their reappearance, and actually the protagonists of Generation 3, they make their appearance, Brendan and May. In the remakes, they originally lived in Johto, which is pretty cool. But that kind of wraps it up. Did I leave anything out of interesting nature, Kumino?
No. First and foremost, Winter did a excellent job of compiling all of the data for the region. So again, thank you, Winter, for that. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, essentially covered everything that would be considered important in Johto and in the Gold and Silver games, Crystal as well. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Just looking back over it, I'm not seeing nothing. I'm not coming up with anything that was left out.
Yeah. Dad, coming to you. Where do you think Johto falls on the region lore tier list?
I mean, what I'm gonna struggle with is associating Pokemon with the regions. So this is Gen 2.
Yep.
So a lot of great Pokemon. Like I know we're talking about the region and the lore, but
I'm trying to think. Did you use anybody from Johto?
Because you
Chikorita?
did have Gen 2 in the
Skarmory?
generation lock.
Yeah. Skarmory, Gen 2. Trying to think, who else
There's a
did
whole
he
bunch.
use?
I can't remember.
I mean, I'd probably go A.
We're still in that that young time frame of Pokemon where the lore doesn't quite get that crazy just yet.
And that's what I'm struggling with, because like I'm trying to separate myself from the Pokemon, and I can't. I can't.
Yeah. I would. Where does Johto fall for you, Kumino?
Well, Johto did for me what Kanto couldn't. It gave me an interesting story that I had to go back and replay just for the story purposes' sake. So I would probably say A as well. Maybe B. Yeah, I'm gonna go B because they did a good enough job with the lore, with the legendary bees, Lugia, Ho, Celebi, Team Rocket, Silver. Like it was a lot of story there, and as you guys know, I love story. and yeah, that did good for me. But at the same time, it's like when you think about what it actually is,
yeah,
it's just a B. It's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I would have to agree with it being on par with Kanto. I don't think it added an incredible amount of additional lore. It still wasn't like super deep. I do like the connection between Johto and Kanto. I think that's cool how you can do both gym circuits in this game. Like the the whole entire Kanto region is included in the post game, but that doesn't count for Johto's lore. That's Kanto's lore, and Kanto's lore grows a little bit based
because
on
of it.
the post game of Gold and Silver. So
Right, because one of the most notable things that comes about that connects the Kanto region is mainly Lance, really. That you discover that Lance is actually from Johto.
mhm.
That's one, and you get to meet his family, in which they are prevalent. Claire being the gym leader of
Mhm.
I cannot remember the name of the city.
Black something.
Blackthorn. That's what it
Yes,
is.
that's it.
And essentially their grandfather, who is the elder of the Dragon Den.
Mhm.
So yeah, you get to learn that aspect about Lance, which is awesome, as well as Lance goes from being the last Elite Four member to becoming the Pokemon League champion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And I think some of the things expanded upon in Kanto in the post game of Gen 2, like the didn't the power plant like start back up or something?
yeah, the power plant started
Uh
back up, but for some odd reason, Team Rocket wanted to shut it back down. Matter of fact, they did shut it back down because they hid the parts
yeah.
from there in Misty's gym.
Team Rocket. Never
Right, Team
change.
Rocket and their antics.
Yeah. So anyways, with that being said, like some of the cooler parts of Gen 2 actually built upon Gen 1 in Kanto. But I think B's satisfactory for me. So we'll leave
Yeah,
it there
yeah,
for now.
it is a good spot.
Um and that brings us up to Hoenn, Generation 3's region, another compilation of information done by Winter. So thank you again, sir. Appreciate it. Um Hoenn is based on real life Kyushu in Japan, is directly southwest of Johto and Kanto, and which this next sentence may be triggering to Generation 3 players, but of course it is separated from Johto and Kanto by a lot of water.
Yeah.
um, we'll go ahead and start off like we have the other regions with the interesting Pokemon. Jirachi, the Wish Pokemon. They hibernate in psychic crystalline shell for the vast majority of its life, and it's tied directly to the Millennium Comet, which appears in the sky for only 7 days every 1,000 years. Jirachi awakens for those 7 days only and will grant any wish written on one of 3 wish tags hanging from its head. Jirachi's true eye, located on its stomach, absorbs energy from the comet and disperses that energy to maintain the natural beauty of Farina, a small mountainous area between Mount Chimney and Lava Ridge Town where Jirachi slumbers. So you can already see just the first uh, legendary is Jirachi mythical?
Yes, Jirachi is a mythical.
um Already the lore is like a paragraph long, whereas the other ones were like 2 sentences maybe. We have Deoxys, the DNA Pokemon. It's the result of a space virus that fell to the planet on a meteor, which underwent a DNA mutation when exposed to a laser beam. Those scientists always messing everything up. The crystal in its chest is believed to be the brain and controls its psychic power and the ability to change forms. Each form drastically changes the Pokemon stats. The forms are normal, attack, defense, speed. Given its origin, Deoxys maintains the ability to create hollow, lifeless clones of its normal form and can regenerate any body part that may be lost in battle. Deoxys and Rayquaza hold a bitter feud and fight each other at every given opportunity. We have the introduction to some of the Reggies. We have Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel. These are members of the legendary Titan group. which share a few similarities. They each have 7 eyes and are associated with Braille, and each require completion of a puzzle to access. They each have a base stat total of 580. Okay. Winter, Winter wrote this. He's going into stats. That man
Yeah,
loves his stats.
he does. He does. He goes ballistic with them.
Yes. Yes. And we love you for it. We have, of course, the airplane Pokemon Latios and Latias, a pair of legendary dragon psychic Pokemon known as the Eon Duo. They're associated with 2 items, the Eon Ticket and a held item called Soul Dew, which increases their offense. They're designed after jet planes, of course. Beta designs share similarities with Blaziken's design, which that sounds wild. I'm going to need to look that up. Of course, the legendary trio that we all know, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza, the weather legendary trio. Kyogre is the water type. It can summon rain. The mascot of Team Aqua, Groudon, ground type, summon harsh sunlight. The mascot of Team Magma, and Rayquaza, a dragon that can neutralize their weather effects. And of course, Kyogre and Groudon just always fighting with each other. And eventually, Rayquaza just comes in, smacks them both, tells them to calm down.
He comes in and hit him with the dad voice. Hey, y'all sit y'all down right now.
I already told you once. I
Right.
can tell you again. And of course, we have some pseudos, some cool ones, Salamence, and my favorite, maybe the cleanest shiny to ever exist, Metagross.
Yes.
Love these guys. Salamence, fast dragon flying type, and seemingly based on the European style dragons of ancient lorecraft. And Metagross, slow, bulky steel, psychic. The Metagross is one of the only 2 pseudo legendary Pokemon lines that does not include dragon type. Interesting facto. But yeah, I believe I looked into that before, and basically every pseudo legendary line is basically
Yeah.
dragon and something else. Some major events that happened in Hoenn. In the distant past, Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre create the region of Hoenn by raising the landmass and flooding the seas respectively. They eventually come into conflict before being beaten back by Mega Rayquaza. Regigigas moves the continents into their current position before being sealed away in Sinnoh. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, the keys to awakening Regigigas, are sealed away in different locations in Hoenn. Team Aqua and Team Magma form. These are, of course, the villainous teams of Hoenn. They each are dedicated to finding Kyogre or Groudon, respectively, and either expanding the oceans or the land, respectively. Team Aqua, of course, in favor of the seas, and Team Magma in favor of land. We have our protagonists, Brandon and May. They're actually from the Johto region. And in the Mega Evolution timeline, a meteor from outer space threatens to destroy the region. Brandon and May contact Rayquaza and Mega Evolve it to destroy the meteor and fight off the Deoxys inside of it. So is that in like the games, or is that like spin-off game? Is that anime?
No. The Delta episode. The post game that is regarded as one of, if not the best post game in a Pokemon main series game, because they actually went into a lot of detail, gave us an excellent story that just really blew the original game out of the waters with its story.
Nice. Well, you might have to fill in some lore details then. Let's go through a few locations. Rustboro Town, the heart of industry in Hoenn, home to the Devon Corporation, which is the most powerful corporation in Hoenn, similar to Silphco, and it even rivals Silphco in Kanto. We have Slateport City, a naval port town with an oceanic museum. We have Mauville City, which is kind of in the heart of Hoenn and has a power plant that provides power to much of the region. Of course, we have the game corner here. We have Lava Ridge Town, which is kind of a touristy spot right at the base of a volcano, essentially, and it has a lot of natural hot springs.
An old lady like you to join them in the hot tub. I mean,
Yes,
the hot spring. Yes.
yes, they are always asking.
Yes. Yes. So just be warned, Dad, when you go to this region,
I'm
to
ready.
avoid the
He's-
old ladies.
He's got his trunks on already.
Right.
Four Tree City, which is a really cool city that is in the treetops, essentially. Really, really cool. We have Pacific Town, which is out in the oceans, and it's just basically a town built on floating platforms and docks and stuff. Yeah. Excuse me. He put so many locations on here.
Yeah,
I don't have
essentially,
the
he
time to go
put
through it all.
he put essentially almost everywhere
entire
that
game.
you can go to. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
in
only
terms of
the only places that he didn't put was where you could find the Reggies
mm,
and the caves for Kyogre and Groudon.
Moss Deep is home to the Space Center, which is pretty interesting. They actually use the Space Center to launch rockets
Oh
into
no,
space,
never mind. I lied. I'm
which
sorry.
is very cool. Yeah, he's got the Cave of Origin in here. Got
Mount
Seafloor
Chimney.
Cavern,
Yeah.
Shoal Cave, Sky Pillar.
The desert. Wow. He Mirage Island. Yeah, Winter, you did your thing with this one. Winter made sure that
He
everywhere
did.
was touched and had
Yep.
an explanation of where they was and what they was for.
Yes. Some notable characters. Norman, the normal type gym leader, is actually our dad. We get a game where our dad makes an appearance. He's not in our lives really because he's living at the gym, but he exists and we talk to him.
Spoiler alert.
We talk to him.
Right. I want to say that's the is it the only main series game where we have a father?
I can't say for certain, but I would bet on it.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I
know we get one in Bushido, but like
yeah. Yeah. Maxie and Archie, the leaders of Team Magma and Aqua, interesting characters. I actually kind of like how they interact with each other and end up working together. And of course, Wallace, our rival, our little sickly rival, ends up taking over as champion. Where would we like to put Hoenn on here? And I think maybe Kumino can elaborate a little bit on the DLC that expands a lot of the lore, especially with Deoxys and space and all that fun stuff.
Okay, so it's not a DLC, it's actually just post game of Oraz.
Oh yeah, why did I say DLC? you guys know what I meant.
No, it's okay. A lot of people actually get confused with that because when everybody talks about it and the content that's in it, they like, oh, this must be a DLC. No, it's just a post game of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where after you beat the game, you receive an invitation. But here's the other kicker: like all throughout the base game is hinted that there's going to be a post game because one of the main characters, one of the main characters of the post game, Xeon, she is following you around the entire game, disguised as one of the evil team members, one of the grunts. And like she even has a little dialogue with you every so often that tips towards that. And so essentially she is from a tribe that praised and worshiped Rayquaza for mega evolution and protecting the atmosphere in space. So they know that the meteor is coming, and so she sets out to find Rayquaza, but she wants to do it on her own. And
Gotta
she
be
is
that strong, independent woman.
right. She is such a badass in it that she essentially almost kicks your butt. And I say almost because, like, yeah, she gave me a bit of a tough time, but I ended up winning in my battles with her. Uh, but yeah, essentially, she accepts you as a true Pokemon master, essentially, and allows you to go through with the process of summoning Rayquaza, a mega evolving Rayquaza, in which you don't need a stone for. You just need a move because Rayquaza could do it on its own because it's so powerful. To go up into outer space, destroy the meteor, and fight Deoxys. And then after this, you actually get to go home with Deoxys and Rayquaza in your pocket, and your mom is like, "Hey, did you enjoy yourself in your outing to the space station?" And you like, "Yeah,
Girl, you don't even know.
right." Like essentially, I'm a Pokemon master. Like I have 2 legendary Pokemon with me right now, mom.
Yeah.
Like I'm it.
Yeah, I actually have an alien.
Right. I have an alien and a dragon. Like that's an awesome space trip.
That's awesome. Yeah, as you can see, Dad, this is where the lore for regions kind of elevates. We start to get some pretty wild stuff.
Right. Sorry, guys, for those that's actually watching us and visibly see me pumping my fist in the air and being excited. As you see from the tag, I am watching the
Unfortunately,
Ravens
he's a
game,
Ravens fan.
and we're winning.
Unbelievable. Can't believe I podcast with this guy. So yeah, Dad, what are you thinking? You liking what you hear with
I really
Hoenn?
do. I actually kind of want to play this region now. I would probably give it an A.
An A. Solid.
It's very like there's so much lore. I mean, it's probably not the best lore compared to the other ones, but it's from what you're telling me, it sounds super fun. Plus, a lot of really cool Pokemon in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think they, with the success of Generation 1 and 2, they're like, all right, we can go in. We can go deep. Let's start getting crazy. And they did. And yeah, Hoenn has a really cool, it's a really lively like region, just bursting with cool lore for Pokemon, with an interesting story, and really cool places you visit, throughout your adventure. I'm totally fine with an A. Kuno, where does Hoenn land for you?
Well, I would say 7 out of 10. Too much water. No, I kid.
Yeah, like half the map is water.
Yeah.
So you have that.
Water. Honestly, I would put it in S tier because this is the first region where they was like, okay, we see now that we truly have a franchise and we're going to be continuing this thing. Let's go as crazy as we can with the lore and the story and locations. And they did that. And then within the remakes, they amplified that a lot. So I would put it in S tier because like you can play this game, and in the post game you have the battle area in the originals, is it Battle Frontier? There we go, the Battle Frontier in the original, in which they give you more lore into the game. So yeah, I would go S.
I'm
I
good
would
with
go S.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree. I also love that the villainous teams are tied to the legendary Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like you have Team Aqua trying to go and summon Kyogre because they want to use it to help them achieve their goal. And then on the opposite end, Team Magma, same thing with Groudon, and like how they incorporate the villains of the game with the legendary Pokemon, and it's like a race to get to the Pokemon. And then of course you have the third of the legendary trio, Rayquaza, being like, the conflict solver.
The daddy
Yeah.
is
It's
essentially dad. Dad, you have to play this because you are Rayquaza.
yes. Yes. But yeah, I think that's really cool. And then as I was sitting here, I was like, is this kind of like the first time where the legendary Pokemon are so like incorporated, um, one with each other, but like two into the story? And obviously not, because Mew and Mewtwo, like Mewtwo came from Mew. So that kind of is a thing. Not clearly not nearly as deep as Hoenn. But
I don't know, because I'm feeling like Mew and Mewtwo were just essentially just a side thing. Like they was referenced throughout the
yeah,
game, but like a couple of people might have mentioned them in the
yeah.
base game,
Yeah,
but
it's not directly tied to the story and to like
right.
Team Rocket and stuff, but like in as far as like being connected together, they're very connected because one came from the other. But even that's not like super deep. And then you have Ho and Lugia and Celebi, and that those their lore kind of goes up a notch, but it's still not as involved as Hoenn with just that trio. Um,
Right.
but thinking back on Johto and Celebi and how important Celebi is to like the Pokemon, like total story, right? Being the time travel Pokemon and how utilized it is. I know we're talking about the mainline generations and games, but like Celebi is in like every fan game that exists because
Yeah.
like but like it's there for a reason because of its importance in the world of Pokemon. So that has to count for something, right? So that almost kind of makes me want to bump Johto up a tier, but we can discuss that later if you want.
Yeah.
Um, but yes, I have talked enough, so I want to pass the mic over to Kumino to take us through Sinnoh.
All right. So you guys know I hate being put on the spotlight there with reading, but I will do so as
You told me at the start.
yes, I did.
Throwing me under the
Um
bus.
Sinnoh is my favorite region, so please understand the biasness that I have for it. But Sinnoh is based on the real life island of Hokkaido and the southern part of Sakhalin. If I pronounced that correct, I probably butchered the heck out of it. The Japan owned but Russia administrated island. In the Pokemon world, it is north of Kanto and Johto. In the past, Sinnoh was once known as Hisui. Uh, and
Yeah, shout out Arceus.
right, gotta shout out Pokemon Legends Arceus, because this is the first region that I worked on for this, and oh my god, having to go between both games to compile this information, Jesus Christ. But let's start with the legendary pseudos and interesting Pokemon of the region. In his Sinnoh and Hisui being such an important region in the Pokemon world, it brought forth 14 legendary and mythical Pokemon. You
Sheesh.
have the
Wow.
Lake Trio, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie. Azelf, known for being a being of willpower, Mesprit being a member of the Lake Trio, being of emotion, and Yuxi being the being of knowledge. Each one is located at a lake, the three great lakes of Sinnoh, being Lake Acuity, Verity, and Valor. These lakes are located in uh let's see. I want to say Verity is next to uh the home player town, in which that starts off the game. So like they're in the regular Sinnoh and Hisui.
Yeah.
Very important. Uh, the next is the creation trio. You have Giratina, being considered the second Pokemon to be created and in power. It was banished to the Distortion World for its violent actions against other Pokemon. And Giratina is over antimatter. Giratina is one of the first two Pokemon to be shown to have two forms, its altered form as well as its origin form, which is the best form of Giratina. Giratina also played hero in the box art legend game. I mean, not legend game, in the box art game Pokemon Platinum, and played the antagonist in Pokemon Legends Arceus alongside Volo. Which gotta say, Volo, he cheated in that fight.
Bruh. That is one of the hands down one of my favorite moments in a Pokemon game.
Yeah, it
that
really
whole
is.
thing was
It really
so
is.
wild.
Volo kicked our butt, but everybody
Oh my
loved it. It
goodness,
was
we
awesome.
loved it.
The next one is Dialga, created alongside Giratina and Palkia. Dialga rules over time. Right. Back in Hisui, Dialga was worshipped by the Diamond Clan and considered the true almighty Sinnoh. Dialga gained an origin form in Pokemon Legends Arceus, which is hideous, but hey, he got something. And Dialga was part of, or one of, or however you want to look at it, main villains of Pokemon Legends Arceus. And then you have Palkia, the last of creation trio, who rules over space. Palkia was also worshipped as almighty Sinnoh by the Pearl Clan when it came to Pokemon Legends Arceus, and it also got an origin form in which his origin form actually looks pretty good. And it also was the main villain, depending on who you pick to take with you on your adventure to go stop the space rift that dropped you into the past in Hisui in the first place. Then you have the creator Pokemon, Arceus. As the original one, Arceus is said to have created Sinnoh and Hisui, Ransei, and the whole
Shout
Pokemon
out
universe.
Conquest.
Right. Shout out to Pokemon Conquest. But yeah, this right here says that Arceus is the first one. Like, he created everything. So undoubtedly is the first Pokemon, but people still argue that Mew is.
Yeah.
But I mean, Rhydon also has an argument for that claim as well, being that, he's the first one to be designed and all.
Yeah.
2 millennia before Pokemon Legends Arceus, before Pokemon Legends Arceus, Arceus was worshipped by the Celestic people as Almighty Sinnoh. Arceus is said to have been born from an egg in a void of nothing, and after being born, he created the creation trio. Then shortly after, banished Giratina to the Distortion World. Arceus is the first Pokemon to change its type. That is done by Arceus holding one of the stone plates. It is made by splitting. That is made from it splitting its own power to create everything and to help the people of Hisui. Other legendary and mythical Pokemon consist of Heatran, Darkrai, Cresselia, Shaman, Manphy and Fion, and Regigigas. Regigigas being the creator of the legendary giants, Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel, and Reggie Rock, as well as, if you jump into the future past this, Reggie Alecki and Reggie Drago. Manphy is known as the Prince of the Sea, the guardian of the sea, and Fion is the prince of the sea. The only way to get a Fion is by breeding a Manphy or a Fion with a Ditto. They're not that strong, but they do have deep legends tied to them, as they have a whole movie dedicated to them. Go check that out. Shaman, being known as the gratitude Pokemon, with the ability to purify toxic gases and such to repair the environment. It has two forms, a land form and a sky form. It transforms into the sky form during the day and is more combat oriented while doing so. Cresselia is known as the Luna Pokemon and is paired with Darkrai as the Luna duo. It causes Pokemon to have, people to have pleasant dreams, and is based off the crescent moon cycle. Cresselia has been found to be living on Full Moon Island and starts roaming in Sinnoh once encountered by the player. Darkrai is known as the Pitch Black Pokemon and causes nothing but trouble and nightmares for people. Alongside Cresselia is part of the Luna duo. Darkrai is based on the New Moon phase and is found on New Moon Island. Did I forget any, Mike?
Nope. Well,
okay.
Sounds good.
And let's get into the major events. Unknown amount of years ago, the creation of the region happened. 2 millennia before Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Celestic people lived in Hisui and worshiped Arceus. They built the ancient ruins that are found in Hisui / Sinnoh, such as the Celestion ruins and Spear Pillar. 1500 years before Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Celestic people met with an ancient civilization from Johto and built the ruin. The ones that built the ruins of Alph. They came together to worship Arceus and built the Senjo ruins on a connecting mountain between Hisui / Sinnoh and Johto. Unknown amount of years before Pokemon Legends Arceus, the new people came to Hisui and ended up forming the Diamond and Pearl clan. But due to a disagreement, they started a war over who was the true Almighty Sinnoh. Another unknown amount of years before Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Galaxy Expedition team came to Hisui, bringing people from many different regions to explore and settle the land. They also brought a new invention, PokéBoys, a device to capture Pokemon for their research purposes. This caused discomfort between them and the Diamond and Pearl clans. 2 years after the Galaxy Expedition team arrived, a rift opens in the sky over the settlement of Jubilife Village and drops the player character Ray and Akari on a beach outside of the village. Sometime after Pokemon Legends Arceus, Hisui is renamed for the second time into Sinnoh. Further past Pokemon Legends Arceus, in the Flora Town, there we go, an event happened where the people tried to grow flowers and such in this area, but nothing would grow. One man still gave thanks and praise for the blessing of nature. This caused a whole hillside to suddenly burst into bloom. It was Shaman showing gratitude to the people for believing in it. 3 years after Red and Blue, the games, and the same time as Gold and Silver, the player character Lucas and Don and their friend Barry leaves town to find a Pokemon at Lake Verity. Okay, I think I was right, but ultimately end up just starting their Pokemon journey.
Look at that.
Right, and it's a whole bunch more major events, but I did not cover everything as I was tired from all of the research.
So it's very rich in lore.
Yes.
I would say, before you get into any notable locations or characters, Sinnoh benefits greatly from the Legends game, and I I mean, we are getting another Legends game here, Legends ZA. Of course, super excited for that.
In
But
which I'm glad that we did this before it dropped, because that would have been in another region that I had to do.
so much more research. But man, I hope that every region gets a Legends game that just delves more into this. Like I loved Arceus for its like, we're going into super early Sinnoh when it was called Hisui, and this was like years and years and years, decades, centuries ago. I don't know how old it is from Hisui to Sinnoh in those two games, but just getting to see like the deep past and like learn how Sinnoh became Sinnoh and how it's super good, and this region benefits greatly from Legends Arceus.
Well, we know timelines split and it's different universes and such within the Pokemon world. But considering that in the movie that was the Celebi movie that had Professor Oak in it, he had a early design of the Pokeball that looks nothing like what was in Pokemon Legends Arceus. But at the same time, it's an early design and was known as a Pokeball. So I feel like it had to be close to about maybe 100 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
So not super long, but definitely 100 years still a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely is.
All right. Well, anything else you want to go through, locations or character wise?
Yeah.
I rudely interrupted you, so I apologize.
Oh no, it's fine. That's the whole point. We're supposed to have these discussions to, let Dad know what these places are about. But yeah, the key locations, I mentioned them earlier: Lake Verity, Lake Valor, and Lake Acuity. They are the home of the beings known as Mesprit, Azov, and Yuxi. You have Stark Mountain, an island off the east coast of Sinnoh/Hisui. It houses a volcano that was created by Arceus and is the home of Heatran. You have the Battle Zone, located on the southern part of the same island as Stark Mountain. It is where you will find a battle tower in Diamond and Pearl and the battle frontier in Platinum. New Moon Island, as I said before, is where you'll find Darkrai. Full Moon Island, where you'll find Cresselia. You have Iron Island, which is a part of that group. But the only thing you'll find there is a bunch of minerals and ores. And it's off the coast of Cantalave City, where the gym leader Byron trains at. You got Snow Point Temple, which is located in Snow Point City and is where Regigigas is sealed away in Pokemon Legend Arceus. You have the Great Marsh, which is located in Pastoria City in modern Sinnoh and is home to Pokemon that can be found in other places because it has the Safari Zone there for the Sinnoh region. You have Mount Coronet, a large mountain region that runs through the center and divides the region vertically. And you also have Spear Pillar, in which it was made to worship the once hero of Sinnoh/Hisui, and its 10 noble Pokemon that it befriended in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Well, before Pokemon Legends Arceus, like long time before Pokemon Legends Arceus. And the main characters that are of note would be Ray, the male player character for Pokemon Legends Arceus, Akari, the female version of Ray, Lucas, the male player character, and Professor Rowan's aide in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and BDSP as well. Don, the female player character to Lucas in the same games. Professor Laverton being the professor in Pokemon Legends Arceus, and known for making the first Pokédex, or helping to compile the first Pokédex, since you really made the first Pokédex. You the one who went out there and caught all the Pokemon
That's
and did
right.
all that hard research. I'm sorry, it just irritates me that we get our boost in what we can do in Pokemon Legends Arceus by doing the Pokédex, and he gets all the credit.
By the way, let's just brief sidetrack here. The way that the Pokédex is handled in Pokemon Legends Arceus is probably one of the most brilliant ways to handle Pokédex. Like, you have to catch multiple multiples of the Pokemon to fill out the different data points. Like, of course, like, you're creating the first ever encyclopedia of Pokemon. You can't just catch one. You got to catch 5, 10. You got to catch big ones. You got to catch small ones. Like, I loved, and like, you had to. Yeah. Anyways, this is not about mechanics, but it's one of my favorites.
It's funny.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say it's funny because that's kind of how Pokemon Go set up too. Like, you got to catch several types to evolve. You know, there's different sizes and heights and all that stuff. I think that is kind of cool too that you mention it.
Yeah. Pokemon Go is a little dark though, because you evolve your Pokemon by grinding them up into candies and force feeding them to other versions of the same Pokemon. So.
I wasn't gonna say it. And transferring.
Yeah, true.
We're gonna
that.
Right.
We're gonna take this Bulbasaur out to the farm. We're gonna transfer it out to the farm.
Hey, maybe it's Mr. Snackwell that actually provides the candies. That's why they call that.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
It's I feel like it's an what do they call that? An iceberg tier.
Yes, it
is.
Conspiracy. We should get into that.
Let's see the other notable characters. You got Adaman, the leader of the Diamond Clan, who is also rival to Irida, the leader of the Pearl Clan. They both have their nitpicks about things, in which Adaman is my favorite one. Irida gets on my nerves. Then
like
you have
am I right? I was kidding.
Right. Then you have the ancestor, there we go, of Cynthia. Well, one of the ancestors of Cynthia, and probably the meanest person to have a Pokemon battle against, Volo, who claims to be a member of the Ginkgo Guild merchants and explorer. But in actuality, he's an evil demon sent by Giratina to plague you, and is a descendant of the Celestic people, and he also acts as the final boss in PLA. But then going forward in time to Sinnoh for Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum and BDSP, Barry is the player character's rival in those games. Professor Rowan is the top Pokemon professor of the region and focuses on Pokemon evolution. Side note, hence the reason why in BDSP, the return of Mega Evolution should have happened. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
But you also have the evil teams and / organization, Team Galactic of the Sinnoh region, head up by Cyrus, who is a descendant of Silene, the captain in the Galaxy Expedition team. Cyrus' goal is for creating a world without spirit, whatever that means, for himself. And he is an antagonist of the game.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, guys.
That was a lot, but justifiably so, because that basically is two big old games. Dad, after hearing all that, how do you feel about Sinnoh, formerly known as Hisui?
So I'm kind of like hung up on this whole Pokemon iceberg thing. No, but seriously, this, I mean, since it has ties to Arceus, I'm really like pulled to play Arceus now, because I really enjoy playing that. Oh man, I kind of wanted to give it an S for Kumino. But it's definitely really, really high up there because it's because it's so deep in lore,
Mhm.
and it is very, very fascinating. All the man, there's so much. I hope I'm not quizzed at the end of this because I will fail.
Yes, I feel you on that, dude.
But this is probably the most intriguing region so far.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the legendaries themselves. I mean, Kumino said 14, but like you look at the creation trio, I guess
Yeah.
you'd call it the quad,
Mhm.
because of course you have Arceus, the one, the first, the beginning and the end. Uh, but yeah, Arceus, the first Pokemon, the creator of Pokemon, right? It's pretty important lore wise, I would say. But also Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, like all Pokemon that are super important that like show up all the time, especially in the fan game realm. I mean,
Yes.
just you played through Infinity, so you got to
Mhm.
experience Palkia and Dialga and Giratina, all of those. But yeah, like I was saying as Kumino was going through his thing, like Pokemon Legends Arceus like added so much to the Sinnoh region. And for me, there's just like there's so much here between those two games. And it's kind of unlike anything else that we've gotten through the series, with the exception of like Black and White and Black 2, White 2, where we had like a direct sequel. So we see like characters returning and like things of that nature. Obviously, we don't have the same characters returning because there's such a time gap between Hisui and Sinnoh, but like we have descendants of people who showed up in Legends Arceus, showing up in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Sorry. Uh, for me, S tier, Dad, S A. What are you thinking? Oops.
I'll go with S.
What about
Not
you,
just for
Kumino?
Kumino's sake, but
Does that sit right with you, or think it needs to
he's gonna
go
say
lower? Or
C.
it's like actually, I hate this region,
It's the worst
so
Right.
region.
it's not even going to go on the tier list.
Right. I lied. It is not my favorite reason.
You set us up.
No.
Set me up.
No. Setting my bias aside, I'll put it to you like this, guys. Had I actually dived into all of the lore between both games for real, this would be this whole thing, the whole video would be just about it.
Yeah, 2-hour
That's-
video on Sinnoh.
Right.
That's fair.
That's how much lore is in there, and I didn't even really touch it the way
The
that
tip
it
of the
should.
iceberg. you'd
Yeah.
say?
So I have to put it in S because I constantly find myself going back to it. Of course, side tangent. Yes, the Pokédex for Diamond and Pearl sucks. We all know that, and they
I
try
didn't.
their best to fix it with the Platinum. Okay, and in BDSP, despite the fact it wasn't the remakes that we wanted, it still vastly improved on it. You have to admit, those games, if not the best games, they definitely got to be in the number 2 spot behind Pokemon Black and White and Black 2, White 2.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue. And the funny thing is, this generation is when I stopped playing Pokemon. So I didn't revisit the main series until Sword and Shield. I've gone through, of course. I've played through Alola. I've played through Unova. I haven't hit the sequels of Black and White, but this generation in particular, and Generation 6, which we'll get to in a couple generations, obviously. I haven't given like a solid playthrough of Diamond or Pearl or Platinum or what was 6? Um,
X and Y.
X and Y. Uh, my only true like gameplay experience is with Legends Arceus, and that just gives you so much information. And then like from what I've learned from your extensive research, obviously, and listening to other people who've played through Diamond and Pearl, like Sinnoh is just so rich in its lore and its stories, and like the just the legendary Pokemon have such cool backstories. And Palkia and Dialga and Giratina are, yeah, they're just, and Arceus, like they're just a vital set of Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Like you can't have the Pokemon world without these 4 Pokemon, which is pretty darn important. So,
Right, pretty important.
yeah, S tier definitely deserves to be S tier in my opinion. So we're gonna pick up on Unova Generation 5, and this region actually was a region I didn't play until we started PokéBoys. Jared and I did a randomizer through Pokemon Black, and it was my first experience in the Unova region, and it was awesome. And yeah, I'm really excited about this one. I think this one will be good. I think you might like this one, Jeff. So Unova, it's based on the states of New York and New Jersey. So we have like an American themed almost Pokemon region here, but mainly New York City and the surrounding area, with Manhattan represented as Castelia City and the Brooklyn Bridge as Sky Arrow Bridge, which is pretty cool. There's,
as somebody who was born there and has lived there, I have to say I don't recall any deserts being around the area.
well, you just must not have been in the right place, Kumino.
Clearly,
You're not familiar with the New York desert?
No, not at all.
Oh,
No,
well.
missing well, not pyramids, but sunken pyramids and stuff of that nature. It's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta, every Pokemon region has to have its desert and snowy areas.
And
But yeah, so we have like always a handful of legendaries and pseudos and mythicals and stuff. And some of the ones that kind of stick out, we have Victini, Victory. I was gonna say Victory, the Victory Pokemon. Victini said to bring good luck and victory to any trainer who captures it. His signature move V Create is the single highest base power in the known universe, which doesn't even cause the user to faint, excluding Z moves. A little battle information there. We have Caldeo, the Colt Pokemon, becomes the 4th member of the Swords of Justice, which is the legendary trio Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, which, Jeff, you may recall those shadow Pokemon from Bushido. The legendaries we kind of had to like fight off in season, what was that, 3, I guess? But yeah, Keldeo is the 4th member of that trio. If I remember correctly, I have it written down in the events, so we'll get to it later. But essentially, that legendary trio kind of saved this Pokemon and like raised it as its own, which is kind of pretty cool. But we'll get into that in the event section. We have Meloetta, the Melody Pokemon. It's a dual form mythical with the ability to sing songs that change feelings of nearby Pokemon. We have Genesect. I can't leave out a legendary bug Pokemon. I mean, come on. Yes. Genesect, they're ancient insect Pokemon that once roamed the world more than 300 million years ago. It's regarded as the strongest hunter of its time and was, of course, then sought after by Team Plasma, which Team Plasma, their scientists used the P2 laboratory to revive several Genesect from fossils until N discovered they were performing experiments on making the Pokemon stronger. After the program was shut down, a disgruntled plasma scientist named Dudley continued the work in secret. Dudley successfully reconstructed a Genesect and installed a cannon on its back. So it's like a basically a mech bug Pokemon. It's really, really cool.
Oh.
The cannon can be equipped with special drives to change the type of Genesect's signature move, Technoblast. Of course, we have the legendary trio Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion that we mentioned. There's the weather trio, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus. Do you know much about that trio, Kumino?
I know a bit of their backstory
Okay.
in terms of how they became worshipped.
Hit
But
me. Let's go. Let's hear it.
well, it was if I'm not mistaken, it was Tornadus and Thunderous. They was ravaging the lands of the early days, Unova, and Landorus came along and he put a stop to both of them. Essentially, their story is Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza.
I was gonna say, sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah, but they have different forms, the Therian forms, in which are their strongest forms, and that's the forms that they took to create all that havoc. A group of mages actually sealed them in a genie form, so they wouldn't be in it. And the only way that you would be able to revert them is using a mirror. I can't remember the name of the mirror right now, but yeah.
Interesting. We of course have the dragon trio, Reshiram, Zekrom, and I always mess this one up. Kyurem?
Yeah, Kyurem sounds about right.
Okay, we'll go with that. Which we'll get into their lore here in a minute, and then we have the pseudo legendary, the Hydreigon line, of course. Pretty cool looking dragon. But let's get down to the events in Unova, because I think this is really where the region shines. And even if we're talking outside of the lore, which of course is the whole point of this episode, but one thing I fell in love with Unova as I was playing it, because they do such a good job in game of making the region feel alive. They're all the towns are super cool. They feel lived in. The NPCs are awesome. At one point, Jeff, there's a house in one of the first cities where a musician lives, and if you talk to him, like he adds instruments to the theme song that's playing at the time, and it changes. And it's really, really cool. But this region, just every town like had meaning and impact on the region as a whole to make it feel lively, and it was really cool. But yeah, here, let's get into some events here. 2,500 years prior to the events of Pokemon Black and White, the Relic Castle was flourishing, and the Darmanitan in front of it went to sleep. Darmanitan is a Pokemon, of course. It's a fire type, but in Sword and Shield, we have the ice type Darmanitan line. 200 years prior to the events of Pokemon Black and White, an ultra-rich family purchased and named the Liberty Garden. Also, the village bridge was constructed after the local river burst and its banks flooded a settlement that stood there previously. 100 years prior to the events of Black and White, the warehouses in Akreen City were constructed. But thousands of years ago, Unova was created by uniting the warring peoples of the land by twin heroes. Sound familiar?
Yes.
Maybe we just played through a game with twin heroes.
Might have.
Maybe a trope that you should not revisit so soon, Pokemon. Just saying. But yeah, these twin heroes, they united the warring peoples of Unova using a single powerful dragon, leading them both to become kings. The brothers started arguing over their beliefs. The eldest thought truth, and the youngest sought ideals. This somehow split the dragon into Reshiram, who sided with the oldest brother, and Zekrom, who sided with the youngest brother. And since they were both created from the same dragon, neither could defeat the other, and the brothers decided that there was no right side. However, the brothers' children, their sons, continued the fight, and Reshiram and Zekrom destroyed Unova with their fire and lightning. And that also destroyed the dragon's bodies and changed, basically turned them into a light stone and a dark stone. So already just the creation of Unova is like ultra epic and rad sounding.
Yes.
And sometime after this, after the single dragon split into Reshiram and Zekrom, one of the two brothers created the relic castle that I talked about earlier. Kyurem, the third dragon, is thought to have appeared around this time with two possible origins. The first, according to Lucanosa Town, Kyurem is an extraterrestrial Pokemon that arrived in an icy meteor that created the giant chasm area of the region. It said that Kyurem would take people and Pokemon and eat them, which led to this town building a giant wall around it because they thought that Kyurem was coming in and eating all of their residents and Pokemon. The other origin is, according to Drayden, who is one of the gym leaders, Kyurem was created by the leftovers of the original dragons after it split into Reshiram and Zekrom, lacking both truth and ideals, which of course is what the two brothers represented, right? And Kyurem's only capable of retrieving, and it's only capable of retrieving one of them by absifusing with one of the two dragons through DNA splicers. So kind of gets a little murky there, but at some point after this, a civil war broke out and caused an intense forest fire because, of course, all civil wars, which you would know if you watched A24's Civil War, that also featured a forest fire. Do you remember that, Dad? That honestly,
Yeah.
little side note, that's one of the like coolest shots of Civil War. They're driving through the woods as it's on fire, and there's just sparks and embers. Oh, dude, it's so great. But anyways, the Civil War, a forest fire broke out, and Terrakion, Virizion, and Cobalion, they helped rescue the Pokemon from the forest, and eventually those three ended the war, earning their name, the Swords of Justice. However, the forest burned completely down, leaving only a single Pokemon left, and that was Keldeo, that one legendary Pokemon we referenced earlier. And the legendary trio, of course, they took it in as their own and raised it, which is really cool. Some cool locations. Castelia City, of course, is based on New York City, full of skyscrapers. There's like 3 to 5 like major roads you can go down in the city. Plenty of buildings you can go in. It's really, really neat. Relic Castle, of course. It's a large castle and ruins of an ancient city that's over 2,500 years old, and it's located in the middle of the desert resort and is also the home of Volcarona, which is one of my favorite Pokemon. You have the battle station, which is really neat. It's like a subway train hub, and each in-game, each train has different types of battles you can do, or battle points, which is really cool. Sorry, I have the hiccups right now. Ends Castle, of course, is really an important location. Team Plasma's headquarters, home of Reshiram or Zekrom, depending on which version you're playing. And it is like buried underneath where the Pokemon League is, which is kind of neat. The giant chasm we talked about, which is a large impact crater, thought to have been created by the arrival of Kyurem in like a comet. It's in the northeast part of Unova. We have the Cave of Being, which is being described as being connected to Sinnoh and the home of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. And of course, Blueberry Academy, which is DLC in Scarlet and Violet. This is a newly formed school and sister school of the Naranja Academy and Uva Academy in Paldea. This is out in the water, right? It's kind of like a little island or something. So those are some of the cool locations and a couple of the important characters. There's, of course, Team Plasma, which is the villain of Unova. And honestly, they kind of like the story wise, the game starts out like their cause that they're fighting for actually kind of makes sense and raises a good like moral debate question. Their whole thing is like wanting to liberate Pokemon from their owners because, you know, technically we're capturing Pokemon and like forcing them to become like battle and pet slaves. So their whole thing is like, we want to free Pokemon. They shouldn't be captured. Um, the Seven Sages, they're notable ranking members of Team Plasma, highly intelligent people from all over the world. Gestus, who is one of the Seven Sages and the mastermind of Team Plasma, and he's like just bent on removing people's Pokemon from them so he can easily then take over the world, of course, and enact his plan of world domination. But the main character, of course, uh, off other than the player, of course, is N. Um, he's kind of like the puppet of Team Plasma, and he was originally an orphan who lived in the woods and was found by Gestus, who adopted him and begun to like raise and train slash groom him to be like the king of Team Plasma. And basically, Gestus kind of just mentally dominates N into doing his bidding, right? And there's a cool fan theory floating around out there that N is actually a Zoroark, which I could buy. You'd have to look it up. There's a lot of details to it, but like he can like kind of communicate with Pokemon. His hair like really matches a Zoroark's like hair, like mane and stuff. Gestus found him in the woods. No one's ever seen N and a Zoroark in the same room at the same time. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of Unova in a nutshell. Very cool. There's like a royal theme to the games. Like they live in castles. The opening cinematic, they're like knights and kings and stuff. Very interesting region. Also, you know, based on New York and here in the Americas, which is pretty cool. But on hearing that, Jeff, what are your thoughts on Unova? I just bumped my desk.
I mean, it sounds really, really cool. And this is black and white.
Yep, and technically Black 2, White 2.
Right.
The only actual sequels, like true sequels of Pokemon games.
And is like while you were talking about it, I've been like looking at this game.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to play it.
Dude, it's really good.
And I like the 3D part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the lore sounds cool. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably rank it at an A because it's enough to grab my attention,
Mm-hmm.
and I like I'm ready to play it now.
Yeah.
But and this is like what I said in the last bit of this. Like I'm really like listening to the bits about the Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
More than the lore or the region area. I'm trying not to, but it's very difficult because there's some really cool Pokemon in this game.
Yeah.
The one that's basically what's it called? Victini.
Oh yeah.
That was cool. But yeah, based on the lore, I think I'd rank it at an A.
That's kind of where I was sitting too. Like, I don't think it's as rich as a
It's not as
Sinnoh,
gripping either, I don't think.
right? Or a Hoenn. Like, I think those two are really, really solid. But Unova is no slouch. I think there's a nice foundation there. And I think a lot of it takes place with the history of Unova. But yeah, Kumino, what are your thoughts?
It gets a D for me.
A D?
Nah,
Oh,
honestly, truthfully, like if I could go lower just based off the starters, I would go D. Because I really don't like the starters. I'm
yeah,
sorry for
I
anybody
can
who's
get
a
behind
fan
that.
of them, but like Oshawott is like the cutest thing to come out of it, true enough. And Duat is actually pretty cool, but Samurai just didn't do it for me. I know a lot of people really do like Samurai, but it just didn't do it. And I get the whole thing of evolution behind Snivy going into Superior, but it it just didn't tickle my fancy.
Mm-hmm.
And Embor being the third firefighter, it was like, yeah, you're very underwhelming, especially compared to the first two, who actually had things that make them stand out really, really well in their own region and other regions as well. Like Blaziken with speed boost, Infernate being based off of actual god. It's
But like
just
you're a fire pig, like you couldn't go fire ground. That would have been a very unique like
right, yeah, that
starter
would have,
choice.
yeah, being based off of Boar, yeah, that would have been a great way to go fire ground, but they didn't do that with it. But
Yeah.
that's enough of me complaining about the starters. The actual story in itself is a really good story, and like you said, the grunts, they do become very afterthought to the actual story. Like, why y'all even here? Like, I get y'all grunts, but why y'all truly here? Because like, if y'all knew, y'all wouldn't follow behind these guys whatsoever.
Right.
So I give it an A.
Nice.
I give it an A based off of the lore and things of that nature.
Dude,
But the
when you
starters definitely
yeah,
D.
yeah, the starters are Dookie. D for Dookie, like for real. Yeah, like it was so cool when you finally get to N's castle and it just like rises up out of the ground. You're like at the Pokemon League. You're like, what is going on?
Right. And it was the fact that N had actually beat Alder that was, so unique. Like, you get there and you hadn't seen that since, well, you did it to Blue. Like, Blue had became champion and you walk in and you wreck him. But in this time, you get there and N has defeated Alder, which, I mean, everybody had already said that Alder wasn't as good as he used to be. But just seeing that the fact that N did it, it let you know that N was a great rival next to you.
Didn't wasn't Alder like retired or something like during your playthrough? Because you run into him out in the region itself, right? Like,
Well,
I forget exactly what, like, why he stepped away, or am I
he
thinking of a
stepped
different
away because
character?
he had no one to challenge him.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, that's why he was always out adventuring, because nobody had challenged him in so long. So he had started to lose the passion for it. And his travels is what reawoken the passion to do it, as well as encountering you and Cheering and Bianca and stuff of that nature, reawoken it. But he wasn't good enough to be in. I guess the passion wasn't quite strong enough.
Yeah. I'm good with the A. We'll leave it at A, unless one of the other regions bump it down. But yeah, why don't you take us through Kalos, my friend?
Will do. Kalos, in my own personal opinion, because I seen this on X. Actually, was it earlier today? Was it yesterday? It was one of the two. Where someone was saying that they preferred the art style for XY and XYZ for the anime rather than the Sun and Moon anime.
Hmm.
I completely agree. That that whole series was just so good, so good.
Before
In
you get
which
started, can I just say this is the only generation I have not played. Never opened XY.
future playthrough, there we go.
Yep.
But yeah, Greninja and Ash should have won. How dare you have Greninja lose to a Charizard? How dare you? But yeah, Kalos is based off real life France and more modeled after the northern half of the metropolitan France, also known as the European regions of France. Being known as that has no administrative definition behind, but does hold weight as the metropolitan region are parts of the, now this word I cannot pronounce, Screwninch area. Did I say it right? Screwninch?
Sure.
Skengen?
Skingen, Scroogen,
Just say it
It's the
confidently
area.
and we'll believe you.
Right.
Right. The soccer player region. No, I'm just no, it's the Scroogen region. So yeah, Kalos came along, being France, everybody was excited that it had went to Europe,
Mhm.
in which it looks beautiful and amazing. Let's get into a few of the more interesting Pokemon of this region. Of course, you have your starters as always, in which I just got done talking about my boy Greninja. Got his line Froakie, Frogadier, and Greninja being the water starters of that region. You got Finnegan, Brixen, and Delphox, in which is
Dad's
just
already. Is there a tier higher than S? Because Dad's about to put it there.
we go
You
to
don't have to
Z.
say anymore. You don't have to say anymore. Really.
Right, it automatically
wins.
wins.
It wins.
Of course, as everybody know, is the fire type, in which is actually based off of a yokai mystical fox known as the Kitsune, which is known for performing magic and witchcraft, which also give it its witch vibe with the stick and all of that stuff there. Going back real quick, Froakie and Greninja. Like, I'm not sure how you get a thief from a ninja, but they did it and they made it look good. Going to Chespin, Quilladent, and Chestnut being the grass type starters of the region. They're based off a hedgehog and chestnuts and a knight. All rolled
Of
into
course,
one.
that's exactly what I think.
Yeah,
Those three things should always be clumped together.
exactly. Like it
Can't
goes
think of
so well
hedgehogs
together.
without chestnuts and knights.
Bingo. But we go into the pseudo of the region, and that being the adorable Goomy, followed by Sligoo, and another good member of Ash team during that generation, Goodra. So good, Goodra was so good. Being the pseudo legendary line in this game, they're actually based off the Blue Dragon Sea Slug.
Hmm.
So yeah, that was actually neat. But then it actually showed up in Pokemon Legends Arceus and got a steel typing added to the dragon typing. So
No.
that was neat for Goodra, getting much love. And then we have the Aura Trio, two in which are the box art legendary, and one was cheated out of a box art legendary role. We got we got Xerneas, being the representation of X. It's the counterpart to Yveltal, known as being the being of life. Along with Yveltal, it has the power to turn evolution stones into mega stones. So that is how Mega Stones came to be by these two right here, actually turning just regular evolution stones into Mega Stones. So that's nice. In which Yveltal, being the Bark Art legendary Pokemon for Y, like I said, it is known as the being of death. So being a counterpart to Xerneas and all of that stuff there, and turning stones into Mega Evolution stones and stuff of that nature. But then you got Zygarde, who comes about and is a bit different. This isn't in the footnotes. I'm gonna just add this in myself. It actually has 3 separate forms. It has a 10% form, which looks like a dashing doggo. Excellent design. Then you have a 50% form, which looks like a snake wearing a crown or flamingo hat. I'm not quite sure.
Flamingo hat.
Like it's very funny looking, but it's still cool because it's dragon ground. So I believe it's not the first of its type because you got Flygon, but for it to be a legendary, cool.
It's a peacock snake.
There we go, peacock snake. Never even knew those things existed. So anybody who has a fear of snakes and peacocks, beware of this thing. But then you also have a 100% form of Zygarde that looks like a giant Megazord and is badass. Badass. You watch the anime, you will see it in action. It looks awesome.
This thing does look sweet.
Yeah.
It looks freaking sweet.
Like they knew what they was doing with this one. They came with it. And then we have the mythicals of the region. We have Diancie, a mythical Pokemon introduced at the end of Generation 8. It is said that it comes from a mutation in Carbink. Carbink being the rock fairy type Pokemon, just one stage in this region. And which is
if
cute.
Only a fan game would finally make an evolution for Carbink.
Yeah. Or, actually just, do the Nidoran, no, not the Nidoran, the Kirlia and Ralts, no, the Kirlia, Gardevoir, and Gallade kind of thing, because it says that Diancie comes about in a mutation in Carbink. So if like you take give them a sex, have the females be a Diancie, or we can not do the sex thing, because that's so frowned upon in this day and age. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean no shade thrown, people. No shade thrown. I'm just trying to make everybody happy.
2024, Kumino. We can't talk about gender. Okay.
Right. I'm sorry. I just want to make people happy. I'm sorry. But yeah, just give them some kind of split evolution, and that'll work. But yeah, it actually gained a mega evolution coming in. So that's nice. It's the first mythical Pokemon, the first and only mythical Pokemon to actually have a mega evolution. So that's very neat. Then we got Hoopa, who everybody knows who Hoopa is. It's a mythical Pokemon introduced at the end of Generation 8. It is based off a genie or a Daijin, evil demon. This is shown off in its design with the item used switch Hoopa between its 2 forms, the confined and unbound. The prison bottle is the item that is used to turn Hoopa into his unbound form, which becomes a psychic dark, if I'm correct. Is it psychic dark or is it ghost dark?
1 second.
I can't remember.
I'm seeing ghost, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it might be like ghost psychic and then ghost dark. I know it's something like that. But
Hoopa Unbound is psychic dark.
Okay, psychic dark.
Confined is psychic dark. Yeah.
Okay.
And confined is psychic ghost.
Okay, yeah. But that's what it does. And it can even summon legendary Pokemon with his hoops that it uses. If you go watch the movie that is regarded as one of the worst Pokemon movies ever, you'll see everything that Hoopa can do.
I'm not a fan.
Apparently, he's not able to save that movie. It's one thing it can't do.
Right, that's the one thing it can't do. But then you have Volcanion. It is the final mythical Pokemon to be introduced in Generation 6. It is the first fire-water type Pokemon. It creates steam by vaporizing the water in its body. When it runs out of water, it loses access to any water type moves it knows. It has a very cool design. Like I really wish it would get featured better
Mm.
somewhere. You know, like
Yeah.
it's just so cool, so cool. And another interesting Pokemon of note is AZ's Floette, also known as the Eternal Flower Floette. It is an alternate form of Floette. It belongs to the king from 300, I mean, not 300, 3,000 years ago, AZ. Despite data being in the game for it, there is no way to obtain or battle it outside of cheating, of course. It died alongside AZ when he created the ultimate weapon, but he made the ultimate weapon bring it back. In some kind of way, they ended up gaining eternal life from it. Not sure how that worked.
Hmm.
Right, like it killed them, but it brought them back to life.
Of course, naturally.
Right, just one of them odd things, but I mean, it looks very cool. To be a flower and all. But touching on some of the more interesting events that happened 3,000 years ago before X and Y, the Kalos War took place and the ultimate weapon was created below Geosen's town by AZ. This resulted in AZ's and Floette gaining eternal life. 800 years before X and Y, the legendary Pokemon Xerneas released Yveltal absorbed life energy throughout Kalos at the end of its life cycle and went into a deep hibernation. 300 years before X and Y, the Perfume Palace was constructed. I believe the king had built that, if I'm not mistaken. He was a arrogant SOB. And let's see, the start of X and Y took place during the same time as the events of Black 2 and White 2. This means that Lord Jesus, I'm horrible with names. The protagonists, there we go, of those games started their journey alongside Nate and Rosa, and were also battling an evil team to save the region/world. The locations, Kalos is separated into 3 divisions that all have unique geography. There we go, and Pokemon. You have the central, coastal, and mountain regions of Kalos. Lumio cities being the capital, I guess you would say, of the Kalos region, the heart. It is based off of the real world Paris, and just like it is the biggest city in the region and serves as its capital. In Lumio City, you have Prism Tower. It is a tourist spot and city gym. It is also well known that you can find a small replica in the central courtyard in Marvel City in the Oraz games. So that's the Hoenn region. You have Camphor Town, which this town is located in Central Kalos. It is at the intersection of Route 5, 6, and 7. The player character comes here looking to learn something about Mega Evolution. At the Chabonet Castle, it is said it is also home of Crucius, a person from over the Pokemon storage system in Kalos. Then you got the Perfume Palace that I mentioned earlier that was built 300 years ago. After the war with the neighboring countries for the king to display his power to all. Like I told you, he was a selfish so-and-so. You got Geosen's town, located in central Kalos as well. This town is surrounded by ancient ruins of rock structures that are said to have mysterious powers. It is also based off of operation of Team Flare and the ultimate weapon used by AZ 3,000 years ago. Another thing about those stones, it is believed that they're actually the fossilized dead Pokemon from that very same war that happened.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, kind of. They try to go kind of dark with this one. And then you have Shalor City, the most notable city in the coastal Kalos region. It is home to Karina, the Shalor City's gym leader. This seaside city is also the place where the player character earns the ability to use Mega Evolution. At the next place, the Tower of Masters, a major landmark in Kalos that is located in Shalor City, north of town. This is where one would train and learn to use the power of Mega Evolution. Then you have Lavere City. It's in the mountain regions of Kalos. It is a town built around a mysterious and ancient tree about 1,500 years before X and Y started. It is home to the Lavere City Gym, the first fairy type gym, and its leader, Valeria. The player character also gets the Master Ball here at the Pokeball Factory. And then you have Anastar City, located far to the east of Kalos in the mountain regions. It is known for the great crystal that is used as a sundial that has some ties to Mega Evolution, and also the player character to find Mega Stones in the post game. You can come back and they upgrade your Mega Bracelet for you to be able to do that if anybody ever continue playing after you beat the league. Anastar City Gym is where you gain the psychic badge from the leader Olympia. The characters that are well known for this is Grukin, the elder of the Tower of Mastery and grandfather to Karina. He teaches the player character about the history of Mega Evolution. Then you have the female and the male player characters for this game. You have Professor Sycamore, regarded as one of the more sexier, handsome male professor there is. A lot of ladies swoon. Well, a lot of people swoon over him. I got to remember, no gender doing in this. But yeah, he is the top of a Pokemon professor for Kalos and specializes in evolution and Mega Evolution. He actually chooses who he believes can help him in his research and have them form a group to do so. In which of the group that you partake in as the player character, you have Shauna. She is one of your rivals and friend. She also is chosen to be a part of the group to set out to help Professor Sycamore with his research. Also, everyone has seemingly clear-cut goals. She does not have one and uses the journey to try to figure out what she would like to do. You got Team Flare, which is the evil team of the Kalos region, in which their whole thing is about beauty and being better. So take that what it will. Lysander is the leader of Team Flare and the main antagonist to the player character. He looks to take out most of this world population to return it to a beautiful, untainted state without negatives such wars, struggles, and despairs. Karina, who is the Shalor City gym leader and Mega Evolution successor. She is the one that you will battle to get the Mega Ring, so you'll be able to Mega Evolve for the first time. And she gifts you a Lucario, holding a Lucario Knight, in which that's my boy. So yay for me. You have Diantha, who is known as a world famous actress and also the champion of Kalos Pokemon League before losing to the player character in the final battle of the league. She is also the fourth person to use Mega Evolution in battle against a player and the only one to use it in official league battle, which, just side tangent, that completely sucked. After Karina, every gym leader, Ace, should have Mega Evolved. Just saying. And then you have AZ, a mysterious man the player character comes across after defeating Team Flare in the Kalos power plant and later being held prisoner by Lysander. He is the king of Kalos from 3,000 years ago who made the ultimate weapon. So, Jeff, how do you feel about the Kalos region despite my many hiccups in reading?
Oh, man, you did great. I mean, I made it pretty clear at the start because of my boy Finnegan. So the war that they're talking about, is this the Great War?
No, I think this is something different.
Okay.
Well, see, that's the whole thing. They never actually fully touch on it. They just tell you that it's a great Pokemon war that happened. They say that now we don't know if AZ
I think it
and
is.
the king are completely two different people, because like when they describe like AZ as king, when they were describing him, was benevolent and like actually good, and he just kind of he missed his Floette because his Floette saved his life, and in exchange for its life. And that's what kind of drove him crazy, but not crazy enough to be a Parfume Palace. So I'm not sure what was going on with that. And they never mentioned what neighboring countries they actually went to war with. So we really don't know. But no, it definitely wasn't the war that Lieutenant Surge was in, because that would make Lieutenant Surge very, very old.
Yeah, he would have been like what, 3,030 years old or something.
Right. 3,032 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I like all the stuff you were saying. I mean, I would obviously give it an S plus if I could.
Just for the Finnegan alone.
Well, yeah. There's a lot of good stuff that you brought up, and it's what game was this?
X and Y.
X and Y, in which it did not get any kind of a sequel. Like I said, Zygarde got cheated,
but the new Pokemon Legends game is Legends ZA, right?
Yeah,
which takes place in Kalos.
So this is
we're going to get some more lore. Exactly how Legends ZA is going to play out, there's still a lot of speculation out there, because there's rumors that it's solely going to take place in Lumio City, which seems very weird. I don't know if it's going to be another trip to the past like Arceus was, or if this is going to be somewhat in the future of Kalos.
It does look
We're not
futuristic.
sure yet. But there is more Kalos lore coming somewhat soon.
And this AZ guy seems really interesting and mysterious.
Yeah, I really wish they would have touched on him more. They could have did so much more with him, because you actually have him as a character in the game. You even wait, do we battle him, or is it our rival that we battle at the end of the game? I can't remember. Oh, that's right.
Well,
actually,
you're the only one that's played it, so
right. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I cannot remember, but I know we encounter him at the end of the game. I just can't remember if we battle him or somebody else. But we do end up having a battle with somebody at the end of the game, and he shows up, and his Floette comes back, and he cries, and like it's really emotional. Like it really is. Like, good ending. Just Team Flare was like, wait, what? Like, you want to destroy the world to bring back beauty, but if you destroy the world and kill everybody, like, how would you know that it's beautiful again? It's one of those things where you're like, player, you kind of crazy.
Can you I know you mentioned it, but can you elaborate a little bit more on this ultimate weapon? Because from what I'm reading, it's saying that AZ had something to do with it.
Yeah,
right.
AZ built the ultimate weapon to essentially absorb those stones that I've told you that was around Geosin Town, to absorb all of the power from those Pokemon and all other life forms to bring Floette back to life.
So that was 3,000 years ago. How
it somehow like granted him and this Floette eternal life, made them immortal.
That's right. Okay, yeah, that's right. You did say that.
Yeah, but the weapon, like when it fired, it caused mass devastation and sucked in the souls and killed them and brought them back to life. It's crazy.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
Man, I think there's like there's a foundation here, but it sounds like similar to something maybe like Kanto or Johto, where it's like there's a lot of potential and like a baseline
Mm-hmm.
for cool things, but maybe they didn't like go as in depth in certain areas as maybe they could have to make it like really stand out. Does that sound right, Kumino? Or do they
Yeah,
like
that's actually right. That's
okay.
very right because they withheld a lot. We got some recent leaks, um, and it showed that they left out a lot of these games
Hmm.
because fear, essentially. The world was changing, and they wanted to try to play it safe, essentially, and not piss anybody off, and
Hmm.
which killed a lot of what the game was supposed to be.
Right.
It's very sad.
The legendaries though sound really cool. Like
Yeah,
their lore.
and they played a bigger part.
I like the AZ storyline, the ultimate weapon thing. I
Yeah.
love me a good great war of Pokemon. I just wish that they would actually tell us something about these great Pokemon wars because they could be so cool.
And the thing about that is it sounds like it's so dark
Yeah.
and like brutal.
It's
And
supposed to
like
be.
and that's amazing. We need to see that. Like I want to see that really bad.
Yeah, I
No,
would
like
love to see a good, honest remake where they gave us everything and it just be that because you could tell it was supposed to be way better. You can even tell by the anime that it was supposed to be way better than what it was.
sure.
My vote would stick it at a B at best. I don't think that there's enough to warrant a Unova level ranking. Definitely not a Sinnoh or Hoenn.
All right.
For what it's worth,
Whatever.
I was doing some independent research while Kumino was going through his lovely information and found a poll from 7 years ago. Okay.
Oh, I already know.
And it got like let's see, so maybe close to 100 votes, 78 votes. I don't know why I counted it. Literally says right at the top. But Kalos, the poll is which region has the best lore in mythology. So literally what we're doing here. And the poll, Kalos got a whopping 1.28% of the votes, which equates to literally one vote of the 78. And it
Yeah,
was
like
Jeff
if
before he knew he liked Pokemon because of Delphox.
right.
Do you think it's because they only gave this much information?
Yeah.
Like that much backstory and lore? Do you think that they were scared to go that deep into it right away?
I think also from what I gather, like a lot of people were ticked because wasn't this like one of the smallest like new Pokédex? Like the Kalos Pokemon were kind of uninspired outside of the starters, maybe, but
Yeah, like it was the smallest dex to date. A lot of the Pokemon was not wanted. So like
Oh,
your
wow.
team probably consisted of the starter because like even Chessman is a good design and you can like him. But essentially it'll be that and one of the mega evolutions from Kanto. So I'll put you like this. Like for me, I would choose Froakie, then I would choose Venusaur, and then I would use the gift Torchic. So I have the fire, water, grass trio that 2 out of the 3 can actually mega evolve.
mm, yeah.
Did that start with
It
this
didn't need it
gen?
anymore.
Mega Evolution?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from what generation started the gimmicks, Kumino? Was it 6 or did Black and White have an evolution? I can't or an evolution. A gimmick. I can't remember.
So I guess you would say 5 would be the start of gimmicks, if you would say, because it was the soft reset
Mhm.
of everything where nothing was old essentially, except for maybe like a couple of Pokemon like were there, I believe. But 6 actually brought about the new battle mechanic gimmicks
Mm.
with the Mega Evolution, in which is the best gimmick of all.
Yeah, and of course, typical Pokemon fashion,
One
do
and done.
something really awesome that everyone loves, never do it again.
Well,
So,
they're bringing it back, so maybe they learning.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Also, for what it's worth, according to this 7-year-old poll, they align with us with Sinnoh being the overwhelming favorite region with
Let's go.
60.26% of the votes. Unova came in second place with 16%, and then Hoenn and Johto tied for third place. So not far off from what we have so far. But yeah, Kalos, definitely gonna have to play that one, especially before Legend ZA comes out, because I'm gonna be all over that.
I mean, it's fun to play. It just like you just gotta take the story and make it your own story.
Yeah,
Okay.
that doesn't
I do
sound
like
fun.
I do like the starter options. I mean, can't go wrong with Delphox or Greninja.
No, not at all.
Poor Chestnut though kind of gets left in the dust with those two, but
Yeah, he really does. Poor
yeah. All right, so let's move on. Generation 7, we're heading to Alola, the region heavily inspired, of course, by Hawaii, with Melee Island being Oahu, Kala Island being Maui, Ula Ula Island being Hawaii, and Pony being the Kauai Islands. So pretty neat little region consisting of 4 islands you travel in between. But what makes Alola the coolest region, in my opinion, is the introduction of regional forms, which some people are not down with regional forms. They think it's
Oh, I love
lazy,
him.
but I honestly think that they're the coolest thing ever, and like realistically make a lot of sense. Like, why would there not be Pokemon that live in different parts of the world that are different types? Just look at bears. There's bears all over the world, and they are different. We have polar bears, we have grizzly bears, we have black bears. Like, come on.
Right, just come on, people. Come on. It makes all the sense.
Animals have different like subcategories of the same species. Like, it's just how nature works.
Right, like look at Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
But yeah, I shouldn't say recently, it was like 2 years ago, played through Generation 7 for the first time. And loved it. Like, really cool game. I think I could be wrong, but I think a lot of people kind of sleep on Alola. Like, I think it's a pretty neat little region.
Don't see
Handful
why. It's good.
yeah, handful of cool, interesting Pokemon. You have Magearna. This is an artificial Pokemon. Apparently, 500 years prior to the events of Sun and Moon, or Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Magearna was built and presented to a king's daughter. You have Marshadow, the Gloom Dweller. Very few
The
people have
best
seen it.
mythical Pokemon
There you
outside
go.
of Mew. The best
it.
mythical Pokemon.
You heard it here first. The People's and PokéBoys champ. Can't go against that. Yeah, very few people have seen it, so its existence has kind of been the stuff of legends and myths. My favorite Pokemon, and this is 100% because of Pokemon Unite, but this has become my favorite Pokemon, and that is Zeraora, my favorite little nuke kitty. The Thunderclap Pokemon. Zeraora was was born from an explosion caused by a bolt of lightning striking an erupting volcano. Like, you can't get any more metal than that. That's amazing.
I mean, that is true, but okay, so when
They
did the
just typed
electric
into
fire
AI
then?
like create the
Right.
most metal Pokemon origin story ever.
Right, but like, where's the fire aspect of them at?
Yeah, exactly.
And then how do you get
Um,
a cat out of a volcano? Like this is it's crazy.
I don't
But I
know, but
mean,
I
he
I love
looks
it.
amazing.
Dude, he's so cool looking. And in Pokemon Unite, he is amazing. If you're a League of Legends player, just think of like a Pokemon version of LeBlanc. You just dash in, literally nuke characters, and then dash back to where you used to be. Super fun. Made it to Challenger or Master, whatever the highest rank is, and ranked in the very first season of Pokemon Unite by playing almost exclusively Zeraora. So he holds a special place in my heart. But it lacks an electricity generating organ, so it gathers and stores electricity from outside sources. And of course, Zeraora can travel as fast as a lightning strike. We have Melton and Melmetal, the Hexnut Pokemon. Melton's liquid body is made of gallium, which is like a real element. Melton's body can corrode various metals, which it feeds on by absorbing them. According to Professor Willow, Melton can be described in ancient texts in the same place as the mystery box was found. The mystery box was created by Melmetal's followers to store away the Melton created after its death until one day they could create a new Melmetal. At the end of a Melmetal's lifespan, it'll rust and fall apart. However, its shards will eventually be reborn as Melton. It is known to live in groups until the day comes where one strong Melton absorbs the rest of the group to evolve. Pretty cool sounding. Very hard to continually say those two Pokemon's names in quick succession with each
Right.
other.
Meltan and Melmetal.
Yeah.
In which, just quick side note here, I started back playing, well, not started back. I started a new playthrough of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu.
Hmm.
And I forgot that I had a Melmetal from Go in my
Yeah.
box in home.
Nice.
And it's only level 10. So, I brought him along. So now I'm running around with this
Naturally.
gigantic metal. It's only level 10.
That's hilarious. The Type Null and Silvally, these are pretty cool. Type Null is created by the Aether Foundation as part of the Beast Killer project. It was designed to be an anti-Ultra Beast fighting life form, a weapon created to fight against the Ultra Beasts. Also known as Beast Killer, Type Null was developed with cells taken from all known Pokemon types. This was done with the intention of giving it the ability to shift between types by holding a corresponding memory, an ability originally inspired by the myths researched at Canalave Library. This ability led to the Aether Foundation to name it Type Fool. 3 known models of Type Fool were created, but all 3 rejected the RKS system and went berserk. Faba had created limiter helmets for these Pokemon, and after being subdued, the 3 Type Fool were given the helmets to lessen the effects of the RKS system's rejection and were put into permanent cryogenic stasis. Thus, the Beast Killer project was deemed a failure, and the creator's name changed to Type Null. The creature's name changed to Type Null. At some point before the events of Generation 7, Gladion was able to free one of the Type Null, which he adopted as his own in the hopes of finding a way to undo the effects of the limiter helmet and allow it to use the RKS system. Gladion would eventually rediscover its evolution Type Fool, renaming it as Silvally. When Type Null evolves into Silvally, it breaks the helmet it wears in the process. And of course, Silvally has a type and a form for each type, which is kind of cool. That was a lot, but if you were able to stick through my reading of that, just the lore on Type Null and Silvally is amazing. Like, that is so cool. It was literally created to kill the Ultra Beast Pokemon, and then it went crazy, so they had to like put it on ice, and then your rival basically found like like just went and stole one, which is nuts. You have the island guardian deities, the Tapus, Tapu Koko for Melee Island, Tapu Lele for Akala Island, Tapu Bulu for Ula Ula Island, and Tapu Fini for Pony Island. These are guardians of each island, and these legendary Pokemon are involved in choosing the kahuna of each island, which is like that island's leader, which is pretty neat. We have Cosmog and Cosmoem, which, of course, if you played these games, one of your, it's not your rival, but the third of the trio there. Shoot, what's her name?
Lily.
Remember? Lily. She has a Cosmog, and it's kind of like trying to keep it secret. It evolves into Soul Galio or
Lunala.
That's it, dude. And they're so cool looking. Like,
I swear to God,
they are the coolest looking legendary Pokemon ever. And then, of course, the third of that trio is Necrozma, which also is really cool looking. And then your pseudo legendary would be the Como line, which are Fighting Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Pretty
First
cool.
of its kind. Yeah. Fighting Dragon.
So those are just some of the interesting Pokemon. Was Metagross introduced in this generation?
No, Metagross was introduced in Generation 3.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought that, but
because it fit with the aesthetic of everything else.
yeah. Metagross, my favorite Pokemon ever. Not ever. That's not true. Bulbasaur is. But if you see our logo ever, that's why those two Pokemon are in there. But let's get on to major events. Fasten those seatbelts because there's a lot to go through here. Hundreds of years ago, the people of Ultra Megalopolis injured Necrozma as they attempted to steal its powers. Pieces of its body were rained down into different universes, including Alola, leading to the Sparkling Stones, which we find the Z Crystals, which, we have the Z Rings, and then this generation's battle gimmick being the Z moves, which, could take it or leave it.
Nice.
It wasn't like, nothing great. Solgaleo and Lunala emerged from the Ultra Wormholes. The guardian deities, the Tapus, saw them as a threat and battled Solgaleo and Lunala and lost. Solgaleo and Lunala rewarded the Guardians with Tapunium Z for their efforts, and afterwards, Solgaleo and Lunala banged and created Cosmog. I forget that I shorthanded these notes. But yes, they it's like banged
off
and
the
created
lights.
Cosmog. Okay. But yeah, they got freaky, and Cosmog was the result. And Cosmog was then put into the care of the Tapus, the island guardians.
Wait. Actually, they created 4 of them, and each Tapu got one.
Okay.
So did they bang 4 times, or was it just
I would hope, because quadruplets would be painful. So this is all still in the hundreds of years ago section. Then Necrozma arrived in Alola through an ultra wormhole and stole all the light in the region, shrouding it in darkness. Under the commands of Alola's royalty, the 4 Tapu, of course the island guardians, went into battle with Necrozma, who Necrozma at this point got all juiced up with the powers of Solgaleo and Lunala. With the help of a kid, because of course, why not? Why would we have an adult actually do something we have to trust the fate of the world in the hands of children.
It was a fresh Kahuna child.
Yeah. Using a sparkling stone and the Z powers, the group managed to defeat and banish Necrozma, restoring the region's light and freeing Solgaleo and Lunala. This created the tradition of the Island Challenge, which Sun and Moon, which probably plays into a part of why people kind of sleep on this region. Another gimmick, you could say, they go away from the gym circuit. There are no gym badges. Instead, we have the Island Challenge, which still is basically the gym circuit. But you go through, each island has a set of trials. You go through it. At the end of the trial, there's like a big totem Pokemon, which is like a mini boss, essentially, and you defeat the totem Pokemon and you pass the trial. Okay. So now it's not 100 years or hundreds of years ago. Before the games, Professor Moan of the Aether Foundation conducted research on the Ultra Beasts and discovered the existence of the Ultra Wormholes, Cosmog and how do you say that Pokemon's name? Nihilega?
Let's see.
And ended up
Naganadel.
Yeah, that one. 2 years prior to the games, Gladion steals the type Null, and Lily steals the Cosmog from the Aether Foundation, and they leave Aether Paradise, which is like a little island that the Foundation's found on. During this, Cosmog transported Lily to a beach in Alola, and Lily was found by Professor Burnett. Lily then stays with Professor Burnett and Kukui on Melee Island. A thrifty Megamart was built on Tapu Bulu's sacred ground, which led to Tapu Bulu destroying Tapu Village and the Megamart, leaving a Poke Center as the only functioning building in this little village. Team Skull was formed around a group that gathered around the island kahunas that provoked the wrath of one of the Tapus and was struck down, the survivors becoming Team Skull. Lusamine, the president of the Aether Foundation, and Guzma, the leader of Team Skull, enter a wormhole and defeat Necrozma, but lose. That doesn't make sense. They beat it, but lose. Necrozma captures Nebby, the Cosmog, and transforms into Duskmane or Dawn Wings Necrozma, depending on the version of the game you're playing, and summons and releases the Ultra Beast into Alola and steals all of Alola's lights again. So that's kind of like all the crazy stuff that happens before and during the games.
Yeah, I was just about to say, because like the Lusamine part, like that happened during
that's that you play that part.
Yeah, and then the Mart, really that's what happened. I guess I was just flying through that part. I never knew Tapu Bulu destroyed the village.
Yeah, that's what happens when you build Walmarts on sacred grounds, apparently.
Yeah, it's crazy,
But
get Gengar and stuff in there haunting everything.
That's right. That freaking Mimikyu. That was a hard totem battle. Had to use like Toxic and just stall, essentially, to beat that one. But enough of my terrible playing. Some of the cool locations, of course, you have the 4 islands. On Akala Island, you have the Battle Royale Dome. The new Thrifty Mega Mart, they moved it here after the old one was destroyed. And we have the Hano Grand Resort, which is like this massive luxury hotel, which is really, really cool. Ula Ula Island has Tapu Village, which we talked about. That's where Tapu Bulu destroyed the 30 Mega Mart and everything else in the village because it's built on its sacred grounds. Po Town, which is Team Skull's base of operations, and they kind of like their headquarters is this. It's called Shady House, but it's like an abandoned mansion. They're Team Skull, like
so
they're I think my favorite villainous team because they're just like
A bunch
so
of
dumb.
people just chilling, man. Like that's what they really are.
They're just like
And then
they're just like punk rock. Like they just are not fans of the world. And they're not trying to
right,
do anything nefarious. They're just like, we just don't down with the man, you know?
right, like that's all it is. And then like Po Town actually used to be like a legit neighborhood city that
Yeah,
they
they
just
just took
took
it
control
over.
over. And then so like the people of the surrounding area, like they built a giant dome wall over it. And for some odd reason, it's always raining there. Like it's fantastic. I love Team Skull.
Yeah, and they're like their team's music in game is like so I love it so much. And they're dude in game they're so dumb, but I love them so much. Jeff, you would either love them as much as Kumino and I do, or you would absolutely hate them. It's that kind of like there's no middle ground. You're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it.
Is it like Team Yell from
Yeah,
Sword and Shield?
but like way more over the top
Okay.
Right.
in a great way.
Like with Team Yell, you like or you hate them. With Team Skull, is either you really love them or you really hate them.
Yeah. Also on Ulu Ulu Island, you have Mount Kulani, the second tallest mountain in Alola, and on top of it is the Hokulani Observatory. And you have Mount Lanakila, which is the tallest mountain in Alola and the site of Alola's newly established Pokemon League. On Pony Island, you have Seafolk Village, which is aesthetically really cool. It's just like a village of houseboats. There's like an actual island, but like the port where everyone lives is just a bunch of cool looking houseboats. And it has the Battle Tree, which is a battle facility ran by Red and Blue. Shout out Kanto.
Never knew that. I never
No?
knew that. Like I knew that they was there,
Mhm.
but I never knew that because I'm not a competitive battler, so I
Same.
don't look forward to doing that kind of post game kind of stuff. Like I just bypassed that altogether. I just knew that they was there. I didn't know it was ran by them.
Yep, the more you know. It's what you get here at PokéBoys. You learn about these Pokemon games that we all love. Aether Paradise is its own kind of little mini island and the home location of the Aether Foundation. It's in the middle of the Alola region near Kala Island. And eventually Team Rocket invades Lucamine's mansion here and turns it into Team Rainbow Rocket's castle. Never got to that part myself, but that's a thing that happens.
You got to play that part. It's so funny.
And then a couple of the characters, you have Professor Kukui, who's the current Pokemon professor / closeted luchador in the Battle Royale Dome. But don't tell anyone, we're not supposed to know.
I guess he's actually the number one hottest male professor.
I mean, he is rocking the lab coat with no shirt underneath, and
right, and some Bermuda shorts. So like,
yeah.
You get no better than that.
That's right.
And a hat. Can't forget the hat.
He's very cool looking. Lucamine, the president of Aether Foundation, the mother of Gladion and Lily, which is interesting. And of course, you have your Kahunas. Hala on Mela Mela Island is a fighting type trainer. Olivia on Akala Island is a rock trainer. Nanu on Ula Ula Island is a dark trainer. And Hapu on Pony Island is a ground trainer. In terms of characters, this region, not like super stacked, but the whole like multiverse thing where Necrozma and Ultra Megalopolis are actually like in a different universe, but with Necrozma, and they're like draining him of his powers and stuff. Like pieces of him raining down into other universes and the creation of these wormholes that kind of connect all of these places are really cool. And you get the Ultra Beasts, which are basically alien Pokemon that come into Alola through these wormholes. Is super, super interesting. So I know it's not lore related, but some of the gimmicks, the Z moves, not anything like to write home about. But they have what's the technical term of the like swarming like SOS help
Yeah,
thing on wild?
that's what it is. SOS.
Dude, so cool. Sometimes you'll be battling a wild Pokemon, Jeff, and it'll just be like, Delphox calls for help, and then like Fennekin will pop up next to it, and you're battling two Pokemon. And it's really, really interesting. And of course,
I think you used a bad example there.
that was a bad example, but it was the first Pokemon that I saw on my screen. But yeah, it is really interesting because you'll just be battling, and then all of a sudden, like it'll call for help, and another Pokemon will pop up. And if you're trying to catch the first one, you have to like defeat the other one before you can catch one of them. People would use it to farm shinies, but cool concept, never to be revisited again. Of course, classic Pokemon fashion. They had the cool like surfing in between islands and like doing tricks on your Manatine or whatever you were surfing on. It was a fun little mini game while traveling. But I think this region is like a sleeper in terms of the actual lore behind the region itself. There's just so much cool stuff with the Aether Foundation and the Type Null and the Ultra Beasts, and the legendaries are like so rad. Solgaleo and Lunala look so freaking cool. Like the coolest design. But yes, enough of my rambling about my love for the Alola region. Jeff, from what you've heard, how does it sound?
Honestly, I probably would never play a game based off this region.
Whoa!
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Unbelievable.
I'm about to say, no love for Hawaii. Wow.
No, dude. I actually really love the design of it. What did you just put in here?
That's Solgaleo and Lunala. Those are so the coolest looking legendaries, I think.
I like the one on the left.
Yes, that's Solgaleo. He's the best. He's a good boy.
No, I kind of want more. Like so much of this is starting to blur together. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with everything. A whole lot of thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, wormholes and the like, a whole bunch of legendaries doing some crazy stuff.
Playing R. Kelly and bumping and grinding.
And some banging going on. Some freaky mon out here, you know? I mean, I don't know. I probably put it in the middle of the road.
Here's the Cosmog. That's the little babies they made. Those little puff balls.
All right.
So
Yeah,
you're
I don't-
saying what, B?
Yeah, I don't know. Like
B tier? That's
It's-
disrespectful.
it's really tough. It's really tough for me. I'm trying to think of where they should be, and then like where I'm thinking they could be.
B isn't bad.
And also not playing them to really know. I mean, you're telling me stuff about it, but like I don't know.
Yeah, like the Alola region, it's one of the regions where, like you said, it don't get a lot of love because of how it went from the traditional way of what we were used to, and then it was right after Mega Evolution, finding out that you're taking away Mega Evolution. Wasn't this? No, this ain't the first place where you had the decks cut, but it was something about it that like it was something else that people didn't like, and then like the Z moves, they just like I said, it's nothing special to write home about. Like battle wise, it was okay. Like if you're in a clutch situation where you like, oh my god, I need something really big, you can break out a Z move then, and it'll end the battle in a regular
Stupid like
playthrough.
little dance things you did before the C move.
Right. Like a lot of it, that's what it was. It was goofy. This region had a lot of goof in it, and
Yeah.
people wanted something serious, in which it is a lot of serious in it. You just gotta wade through all of the goofiness,
Yeah.
and but it was a good reason, and B isn't bad for it. But honestly, I would probably give it a C. Just to be completely honest with you, like
Based
because
on
I mean,
lore,
on based off the lore, like yeah, it's tons of lore. But it goes like, okay, so all of this lore exists, but where is this lore relevant at to the game? Because it's the post game that you deal with the Ultra Beast. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
Lucamine's trying to do her whole thing, but you don't find out that Lucamine is up to anything until right before you get ready to fight her. Kind of like the same thing with what we just dealt with Sherman Rose.
Mm. But how much of Hoenn's cool lore was held in the post game? Like, I would say the location of the lore drops, not super relevant, because as much as we keep talking about other aspects of the generations and their gameplay and stuff, it is just a lore tier list and not like how good the game actually was in terms of playing or delivering the lore.
You know what? You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I was going too deep into it. Lore
Right
wise,
here. That's where it goes. No, I'm just kidding. Audio
no,
listeners, I just put it in the S tier where it rightfully belongs.
yeah, right there where it actually belongs, right there. Yeah, that's the spot. In B.
I'd be
Yeah.
okay with
And-
A. Split the difference.
I think B is a good split of the difference because Jeff, you until like 5 seconds ago, I think originally had it in B. Kumino had it in C, and before either of you went, I was going to put it in A. So B fits. It's a nice home right there in the middle. But yeah, I think again, there's a lot of good there, but they could execute it in a better way, like even go even deeper into it. Who knows? Maybe somebody will tackle that in some fashion or form. Maybe we'll get like a sequel, or dude, Alola would be a really cool region to have a Legends game that goes back and explores the past. That would be really cool. Dude, honestly, like I'm nervous for Legends ZA because Arceus was such a great like template. Like every one of these regions deserves to have its history explored in depth. And that's what Arceus did. Like, don't do anything cute or fancy with ZA, which they're going to, but like
of course.
they should have just revisited Kalos's past. Like from what Kumino said in the Generation 6 Kalos part of this video, their past was very eventful. Like, let's explore that. That would be amazing. Alola's past. very eventful. Let's explore it. Just do that with the Legends games. Just go back in the past and explore these really deep histories that you present in these games. So that's my little
Right.
tangent
You could
on the
even had
Legends.
us play as AZ.
Yeah, Johto would be an amazing Legends game to go
Oh
back
my
into the
God.
past. That would be
To see
so
the birth
amazing.
of the legendary beast. Oh
Yeah, come on, let's go. I mean, I'm not into watching animals give birth, but
well, their birth was magical because
that's true. That's
Ho-Oh
true.
just brought them back to life.
That's true.
You know,
All right.
wasn't no Luther Vandross playing in the background.
All right. So B seems like a happy place. I'm just gonna keep referencing the 7-year-old poll that I found, because why not? Alola got a measly 4 votes, 5.13%, which saddens my
Wow,
heart. But
that's crazy because there is a lot of lore there. It's just that it's kind of all over the place.
yeah. Well, there's nowhere else to go but to Galar.
All right, let me take a swig. real
Kumino,
quick.
take it away. Are we going to find a region below tier B? We only got 2 left. I think the odds
Well,
are pretty good. We'll
right,
see what
because
happens.
thanks to the lovely contribution of Venom, nothing exciting happens here. End of thread. Thank you, Venom, for providing such extensive research into Galar. We greatly
Yes.
appreciate
Yes.
it. And we just immediately put it in D.
You said you brought Venom because I forgot to give him his shout out in the Unova section. He actually put together a lot of the Unova notes. So thank you, Venom, so much. And again, thank you, Winter Jam, also for helping out with this. Like we
Yes,
said
yes,
earlier
thank you,
in the
guys.
episode.
But yeah, diving into Galar, it is based off the UK, an area around it in real life. It is directly north of Kalos in the Pokemon world. Galar's landmass is in comparison, there we go, words, to the UK, it is upside down, with Northern Galar being based on Southern England. Pokemon Sword and Shield are the first games in the series to have DLC, and in that they introduce 2 new areas in the Galar region: the Isle of Armor and the Crown Tundra. The Isle of Armor is based off the Isle of Man, whereas the Crown Tundra is based on Scotland. So I like it based off of where, real world location and how they did everything. It was neat, especially when they came out with the DLC. Looking at the legendaries and interesting Pokemon, we got the Galarian forms. So the next region to actually introduce new regional forms. We got Galarian Meowth, a pure steel type, rather than the normal type that it actually is, which evolves into a new Pokemon, Berserker, which is he's very badass. Like I like him. Like he kind of got this Viking aesthetic.
Yeah, it's just like a hairier version of Meowth.
Right. Like Meowth just decided to go into a cave, become crazy, and grew a beard.
Yeah, exactly.
Just awesome. Then we got Galarian Ponyta, which is a pure psychic rather than the fire type that it actually is. And Galarian Rapidash evolving from Galarian Ponyta and becoming a psychic fairy type.
Yeah.
So that was nice. It looks beautiful and amazing.
Can I just say that I didn't think I could love Ponyta any more than I already did until I saw this thing.
Oh yeah, dude. What did I name it? Sparkles, I think. I don't remember, but it was on my team in the last season in the Generation Lock. Very cool.
Yeah,
So cool.
Yeah, it looks amazing. And then like the 24-hour broadcast to reveal it was a waste of time, but we was happy that it was revealed. But then we go into Galarian Wheezing, evolving from a regular coughing, becoming a poison fairy type, and looks like a
It's a
modern
very dapper
days,
fellow.
dapper smoke factory. We got Galarian Farfetch, which is a pure fighting type, rather than the normal flying type that it is, and evolves into Surfetched, which is a nice looking Farfetch'd. Like he looks like an old man Farfetch'd that been through plenty of battles.
He's been through some stuff.
Yeah.
Right. We got Galarian Corsola, becoming a pure ghost type rather than a water rock type. And it evolves into Cursola, staying the same type, in which I don't know why they didn't keep either the water or the rock typing, being that
Right.
both is still applicable. But to each his own, I guess.
It's just dead coral instead of like living coral. So
right. You got Galarian Zigzagoon and Linoon, a dark normal type rather than a normal type that it actually is, and evolving into one of the best evolutions from a regional form, Obstagoon. Right. You just gotta love how Obstagoon looks. It's so cool. Then you got Galarian Darmanitan and Darumaka being pure ice type, and in his Zen mode, a fire type. I mean, not fire type, a ice fire type. You got Galarian Yamask being a ground ghost rather than his pure ghost type. And it evolves instead of Cofagrigus, it evolves into Runarigus.
And don't you have to do like 17 things like at the same time to get it to evolve?
Okay, so you have to take.
Is that the one I'm thinking of? That's like ridiculous.
Yeah. You got to battle, and you got to battle to the point where I think you got like 75% of, not 75%, 75 hit points left, or is it 19 hit points? No, it's 75 hit points left. Then you have to do something else, another thing, and then you got to go travel under an archway for it to evolve. Like, it's crazy.
Hop on one leg.
You joke around about that, but in Sun and Moon, Jeff, there's an evolution where you have to turn your DS, your 3DS at the time,
that's
upside
X and
down.
Y. That's X and Y.
Wasn't that Inkay into Malamar?
Yeah, Inkay.
Oh, that's X and Y. Oh, okay. I think I was thinking Sun and Moon because I really wanted to use Malamar really bad, and I emulated it, and I couldn't evolve.
Well, all you had to do was rotate it 180 degrees.
I tried. On my Steam Deck is very difficult.
Oh, well, yeah.
I tried to enable the gyroscope feature, and it just was not happening. Anyways, I did not mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. But yeah, also you have to fly to real life Scotland, and pick up some haggis.
Yeah, we're still talking about Runarigus.
That's amazing. I'm not doing that
though. But then we move to Galarian Stunfisk being a ground steel type rather than this ground electric type.
Sorry.
Then we got Galarian Slowpoke being a pure psychic type rather than the water psychic type that it is. In which, no, I'm not gonna get into that side tangent right now. Galarian Slowbro and Slowking being being poison psychic rather than the water psychic. We got Galarian Articuno being a psychic flying type, Galarian Zapdos being a fighting flying type, and Galarian Moltres being a dark flying type, and looks amazing. Oh my god!
Yeah, all three of them are really cool looking.
Yeah, all three look really good. Then we go into the pseudo, which is Dreepy, Dracolock, and Dragapult. The cool
Dragapult. It's like literally eating like little baby Dreepy out of its face.
He fires them off as missiles, man. Okay. Like he trusts in his children. He like, hey kids, we're gonna do something dangerous. While mom's in the background, no, don't you dare. But yeah, they are designed off stealth bombers. What they actually designed off of. And then you got the legendaries, Zacian, Zamazenta, and Eternatus. Zacian and Zamazenta being the box art legendaries, also being part of the legendary heroes alongside the two kings. They help battle against the Eternatus, there we go, in the darkest day to become the heroes known as the heroes, the sword hero and the shield hero. There we go. We got Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, the fighting type legendary Pokemon, said to come from a different region, being in a mountainous area, and ended up being all over the world by traveling with traders while they went on expeditions to explore. So that's actually neat. Urshifu can evolve into Kubfu can evolve two ways, becoming two different type Urshifus, a fighting water type or a fighting dark type. And then we have the new Regieleki and Regidrago, joining the Reggie. Well, what would it be now that it isn't a trio anymore? What is it?
Quintuplet.
Quintuplet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would be the quintet. You have Zaruda, the grass monkey. That he got a movie. Haven't seen it yet, but I know he has a movie. And then you have Glaciateer, Spectre, and Calyrex. Calyrex being the king of the, what is that town called? Freezington? Over in the Crown Tundra? I do not remember. But
Yeah, I don't think I explored the Crown Tundra that much outside of just doing like 700 million max raids.
Right. Like that's what our focus was on.
Yeah.
But Calyrex is actually cool because if you play through that story, oh my god, him and dang, what is Peony brother name again? Oh my god.
Rose? No, I'm just kidding.
No. Yeah. Rose. That's his name. His name is Peony. Oh my god. I've had a long day, guys. Please, I understand. I'm struggling right now. Okay. Matter of fact, it says it right here. Kumino became burnt out with listening all of them.
Yeah, Rosa's younger brother. Yeah.
But yeah, going into the major events, 2,000 years before Sword and Shield, the Pokemon known as Eternatus fell from space from a meteor and landed in Galar. 3,000 years before Sword and Shield, the events of the Darkest Day took place. There was a black storm that covered the land of Galar. It was brought to an end by two youths and the legendary heroes. This event caused the two youths to be crowned as the kings of Galar. 50 years before Sword and Shield, Mustard defeated Opal to become the Galar League champion. So awesome.
Mustard on beat, yo.
Mustard.
So was Opal the champion before Mustard? Because it didn't say. It didn't say when I was looking this up. But that'll be interesting. And 32 years before that, Mustard loses the title of Galar League champion and retires. At the start of Sword and Shield, 3 to 4 years after Gen 7 events, I believe personally, Victor and Gloria, the player characters, and their best friend Hop received as starters an endorsement to participate in the Galar League from Leon, the Galar League champion. Team Yale was formed to support Marnie in hopes she would become Galar League champion. Bede receives his endorsements from Chairman Rose and orders from Orlena to gather wishing stars. Sonya is tasked to research the Darkest Day. Bede destroys the mural that uncovers missing statues showing the truth of the two kings and the Sword and Shield Pokemon. Chairman Rose tries to convince Leon to stop the Galar Cup and help with stopping the problem that is 1,000 years away.
Hey, you can never start too soon.
Sure. Yes. Small steps, though. Small steps. Chairman Rose awakens Eternatus to start a new Darkest Day. Victor and Gloria and Hop work with the legendary heroes Zacian and Zamazenta to defeat Eternatus, and the player character canonically catches Eternatus. Victor and Gloria, the player character, defeats Leon to become the Gala League champion. Now, I gotta say, I believe that's the second time that you have to catch a legendary in the actual storyline. So canonically,
What was the first time?
When you had to get one of the creation trio. Let's see. Going to the locations. We got Potswit, which is the starting village and home of the player character and Hop. You got the Slumbering Well, which is a maze-like forest next to Potswit that apparently has a lot of psychedelic mushrooms, and you get lost in the fog.
It's all those dang wheezings.
Right. It's all them wheezings with that smoke.
That's right.
Coming out.
There's hot box in that forest, bro.
Right. Hot box. Just oof. You got Motorstoke, the smallest of the three biggest cities in Galar. It is where the starting ceremony takes place for the Galar League season, and the fire type gym is also here. You go to Hammerlock, which is the second largest city of the region, and is home to the Dragon type gym and the castle that once housed the two kings. The main power plant for the region is housed here, and where Chairman Rose tries to start the new Darkest Day. Bellalonia, I think that's how you pronounce that. A village found inside Glenwood Tangle. You will find the fairy type gym here. It is also the most beautiful place in the game.
Yes, it is.
Winden, the largest city in Galar region, and the third most populous city in the Pokemon world. That's pretty big. It is also where the finals of the Galar League Gym Challenge and Galar Cup is held. You have the Isle of Armor, is located off the east coast of Galar. This group of islands is is owned by Mustard and is home to his dojo. So all of those little islands are owned by Mustard. That's crazy. My man rich. Then you got the Crown Tundra, a region in the most southern part of Galar. It is home to Pokemon not commonly found in the rest of Galar. Many legendary Pokemon can be found here, and the main one that ruled over the area, Calyrex. Your most notable characters are, of course, the player characters, Victor and Gloria. You have Hop, who is the best friend and annoying ass rival to the player character and the younger brother of Leon. You have Leon himself, known as the unbeatable champion of the Galar League before losing to the player character. He's also Hop's older brother. He takes over the role as chairman after the events of Sword and Shield. You have another rival in Marnie, the younger sister of Piers, the Smite Move gym leader. She becomes the dark type gym leader of Smite Move to replace her brother Piers after Sword and Shield. Bede, another one of the player character rivals, and just mentally disturbed child that was taken in by Chairman Rose. He becomes the fairy type gym leader, taking over for Opal, which makes all the sense in the world. You have Rose, formerly the chairman of the Galar League. He is one who endorsed Leon in the first place and also sponsored Bede. Rose was also the president of Macros Cosmo. He is the older brother of the former Steel type gym leader and champion Peony. Peony was the champion, not Rose. I got those two confused before. Orlena is Rose's secretary and VP to Macros Cosmos. She was once a researcher and through that she invented the Dynamax bands, which is crazy. You would not think that crazy woman could do something like that, but you know. Sonia, the granddaughter of Professor Magnolia, the Galar region's most renowned professor, Sonia is also a former rival to Leon and his friend as well. She becomes the new professor of the region after the player character beats the final gym. Mustard, introduced in the Isle of Armor DLC, he is the owner of the island and master of the dojo there. He once trained Leon, as he is a former champion. He retired from the Gala League after the death of his partner Pokemon and lost his title of champion after 18 years.
What was his Pokemon? Does it set? Did it go into it? I didn't go that far into
No,
the DLCs.
It was never revealed what his partner Pokemon was.
Oh.
I would imagine that it was probably a Urshifu, in which, if so, that would be crazy that a Urshifu was killed.
Dang.
Yeah. Because, the question would be, what would have killed the Urshifu?
Yeah. Well, Jeff, you have played through the Galar region. We just played through Sword and Shield for the Generation Lock. Thoughts?
Not too impressed with the lore. I'd probably land it down on a C. Gameplay was fun, but I did not really care too much about the lore that was going on when I played it.
Yeah.
And this whole like twin thing sounds familiar to me.
Yeah.
Based on what was said earlier.
Definitely not executed as well as Unova. See, what would a game have to, like, how bad would the lore have to be a D tier?
I don't know.
Because if you listen to especially the finale of season 5, we kind of, or at least I went into my thoughts on Galar. I think it's like a cool region visually. I think it's like beautiful, the cities and towns and routes and caves, like it all looks really good. And I think there's potential in the very vague and shrouded lore and past and like all the happenings that we get in the games, but like they don't give us anything, and what they do give us is so incredibly vague, or just over the top ridiculous, and that's saying a lot coming from Pokemon stories because they're all over the top and ridiculous. But like out of nowhere, just the Rose being like, "All right, we're not going through with the Champion Cup. I must summon Eternatus, the Pokemon that we knew brought in and ushered in the darkest day. We must summon it to prevent
Let's do it again.
a catastrophe that I think might happen in 1,000 years." Like, what? It's the
Right.
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
And then here's the kicker. So, like, he can't beat his little brother. Why didn't Peony show up then and just slap him? Like, what are you doing?
Seriously.
Yeah. Because Peony has his own issues.
Yes, with both of his daughters. He
Yeah.
wants them to love him.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm getting at is C being too generous for Galar.
Maybe.
You know what? I'm going to say, honestly, their lore is actually good. It's just the execution that you have to find it yourself by going around
with?
reading books and reading interviews from, the people who worked on it, because a lot of this stuff isn't in the game. It's crazy that they did not put that in the game because they wanted to focus on, oh yeah, well, you're just a kid, so just focus on this.
Yeah.
And then you still end up getting wrapped up into it. Like,
yeah.
Right.
In which again this is the next time that you end up catching a legendary in which you had no business catching it, because based off of how everything else was going, it was supposed to be a whole bunch of more adults in front of
Yeah.
you to help Leon.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that we loved about Sword and Shield is the focus on the Champion Cup. Like the game finally focuses on the gym circuit and like why it matters, which in and of itself is really cool. Like you get to see what the gym circuit means to a region and how it's like it's a sport to them. Like they go to stadiums and like spectate it and it's on TV and it's like a huge deal. And I think, man, if they could have just went deeper into just explaining that and made that just the focus of the game instead of like randomly throwing in this world-ending catastrophe at the very last minute of the game with like no real like development throughout the game itself, like that would have been awesome.
Right,
Like
because
just focus on the lore of the gym circuit. Like that would be really cool.
right, because you have peers in which you have his belief of, oh, our town don't do too well because I don't Dynamax. Okay, brother, you are the second to last gym. That is not the reason why your town isn't doing good. Like a lot of people don't come there because you play music and you don't sing. Like there's no words coming from it. But no, seriously, like a lot of people can't get through it. Like it's told to us that by the third gym, half of the people that's taking participating in it, they drop out.
Mhm.
So of course you're not really going to get to see a lot of challengers.
Yeah.
Like that's just all it is. The only reason that Raihan is known so well is because he's rivals with Leon and he's constantly battling against him, as well as he's
Yeah.
always taking pictures and posting it to his Instagram so the women love him. But you know, like just like come on.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have made it like a real like really dove into the gym leaders and their character and how the gym like the gyms themselves kind of rotate and how there's kind of like the minor leagues and the major like they Pokemon, look at me. Not every story you tell has to be some world-ending catastrophic gotta save the universe event. You can have a simple story exploring the lore of the gym circuit. Like that would have been so amazing. But you didn't. Instead, you just half-hearted both. So ended up
Yeah.
with no real lore for the Galar region, which is a shame because it's a beautiful region.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely indeed. But yeah, C is a good spot for it.
You go with that,
It's,
Jeff?
it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's there.
I just wanted to say I want a dark Pokemon game. Like I need like give me something crazy.
Insurgents.
All right. Looking it up right now.
All right. Well, we're down to one final region. Kumino, if you could do the honors and take us through the latest entry. The Pokemon
I will do my
universe,
best.
Paldea.
All right, guys. We go on to the Paldea region, which is based off the Iberian Peninsula in our world, which consists of Spain, Andorra, and Portugal. The past 3 generations of Pokemon games have focused mainly around the continent of Europe. In the Pokemon world, Paldea is located southwest of Kalos, seemingly off to itself. Paldea is incorporated the culture of Spain and Portugal mostly, with their language and architecture being close to its real world counterparts. The legendary, pseudo, and interesting Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, brought a new twist with convergent Pokemon and paradox Pokemon. Convergent Pokemon are ecologically similar to other Pokemon previously discovered, while Paradox Pokemon are believed to be ancient/future versions of the present day Pokemon that we know and love. Convergent Pokemon, we have Toedscool, a Pokemon with similar characteristics to a Tentacool. It is a
Yeah.
ground grass type. We have Toedscruel. There we go. The evolution of Toedscool, it is similar characteristics to Tentacruel. It's a ground grass type as well. We have one of the favorites when it first came out. People had high hopes for it. Wiglet, which is a Pokemon series characteristics of Diglett. It is a water type. And we have its evolution, Wugtrio. It is a water type as well. Then the two that baffles the heck out of me, we have Pochaigeist. If a Pokemon with a similar characteristic to Sinistee, but looks more similar to a Poltergeist, and it is a grass ghost type. And then we have Chai, the evolution of Pochaigeist, and it's a similar characteristic to Poltergeist, but looks more similar to Sinistee. It is a grass ghost type as well.
It's the matcha tea Pokemon.
Yeah.
Which, if you know of or are married to any basic white girl, matcha tea is the drink of choice. I have very extensive firsthand experience with matcha tea in this house, so I understand. Convergent Pokemon were kind of cool though, because well, I don't know if they're cool actually, but they're not regional forms, which is kind of dumb because all of these could have just been regional forms.
Well, here's the thing. It was at this point, people were saying, oh man, I hope they give us something new and interesting rather than just, oh, here goes some more regional forms. And so they was like, oh, well, we'll give you this. Just stick with the regional forms. Like, I mean,
we'll give you
Convergent
these
is fine.
regional forms. We'll just call it something different and then make the Pokemon names literally almost exactly the same.
Right. It's just ridiculous. Like, listen, sometimes the community is right, but a lot of times the community is wrong. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
But then we get into something that actually really was cool. And with the Paradox Pokemon, you have Great Tusk, who is the ancient Pokemon that resembles Donphan. And we have Iron Treads, which is a futuristic robot Pokemon that resembles Donphan.
Yeah, these are cool.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, Iron
it depends
Threads,
on which version you had, right? Like Violet was the
Violet is the futuristic and Scarlet is the past.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Iron Threads, yeah, I get it. It's a ball, I know, but like, come on, like, it's a ball robot. Like, who don't like ball robots? R2D2, come on now. Not R2D2. Dang. The newer one,
BB-8.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so more past Paradox Pokemon, we have Screamtail, which is Jigglypuff, Brute Bonnet, which is Fungus, Amoongus. Yeah, Amoongus. Fluttermane, which is Misdreavus.
Yeah.
Yes. Slitherwing, which
Volcarona,
is
right?
Volcarona, right? Sandy Shocks, which is Magnemite. No, Magneton. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Roaring Moon, which is Salamence. Walking Wake, which is Suicune. Gorging Fire, which is Entei, and Raging Bolt, which is
Raikou.
There we go. Listen, like I said, Kuna had a long day. Future Paradox Pokemon is Iron Bundles, which I'm just not understanding why they did.
Delibird.
No, I know who it is.
Yeah.
No. We all know who Iron Bundles is. Just not understanding why they chose Delibird. Like there's so many other deserving Pokemon. But Delibird got this spot. Iron Hands, which is Makuhita, which nice.
That's a good one.
Iron Jugulates, which is Hydreigon. Iron Moth, which is Volcarona again. Iron Thorns, which is actually Tyranitar.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Iron Valiant, which is a fusion of Gardevoir and Gallade. Looks amazing.
Ooh.
Iron Leaves, which is the grass one. Is it Cobalion? No, it's not
Virizion.
Cobalion. Yeah, Virizion. And then Iron Boulder, which is Terrakion, and Iron Crown is Cobalion. There we go. The pseudo is the Frigiback, Artiback, and Baxcalibur. This line, right? This line is based off a Kaiju Dragon or a Dimetrodon, because the other one I cannot pronounce, even though I wrote it.
Concavenator.
Right.
Yeah, we'll just not. Yeah, well, it's a cool ice dragon type that has a sword sticking out of its back as the scales.
Right. Just think of Godzilla.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Ice Godzilla.
But the legendaries, we have the Treasures of Ruin. They were brought to Paldea by a merchant and sold to the Emperor. Due to the Emperor's greed, the Pokemon went berserk and brought chaos to the region before being sealed away. We have Chayu, the Beads of Ruin. It looks like a fish that is made with green jewels around its eyes. We have Qing Pao, the Sword of Ruin. It looks like a snow leopard that is made with the broken sword as fangs. We have Ting Lu, which is the Vessel of Ruin. It looks like a moose that is made of soil with a large vessel on his head in place of the antlers. And we have Wo Chin, the Tablets of Ruin, which looks like a large snail that is made of dead green and yellow leaves with wooden tablets as a shell around its back. They're all dark type, with the Wo Chin being grass, Ting Lu being ground, Qin Pao being ice, and Chi being fire. We have the Paradox duo, Koraidon and Miraidon. Koraidon being the Scarlet Box Ox legendary, and Miraidon, my favorite of the two, being a Violet. They both are based designed off Silazar, if I pronounced that right. Koraidon being known as the Winged King, and Miraidon being known as the Iron Serpent. So that's good for them. They were brought from the past. They were the first Pokemon brought from the past or future by this region's professor. We have Terapagos, a Pokemon first discovered in Area Zero depths. The species was once plentiful, but was reduced to only one after a seismic shift. It's a Pokemon that was, it was a Pokemon that terrestrial phenomenon, there we go, originated, as it has two forms based around it, the terrestrial form and the stellar form. In its stellar form, Terapagos becomes a new type, stellar type, introduced in the second part of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet. Normally, it is normal type. Key to common legendaries and mythicals are
Pheasantipity,
Monkey Dory, Okidogi, Ogapon, and Urchin? The Funky Peach Pokemon that turned everybody into chicken zombies.
Did you say Okie dokie?
Yes. Okie doggy.
Okie doggy. Sorry. The major events. 2 million years before Scarlet and Violet, Area Zero underdepths were formed. 1 million years before Scarlet and Violet, the Great Crater of Paldea was formed, in which I'm not sure how, because didn't the crater cause the underdepths? I was confused when I was writing this because I was reading it and I was like, wait, didn't the other one come first? But to each their own. 2,000 years before Scarlet and Violet, the Paldean Emperor started their rule over the region, and the Emperor at the time brought forth the great era of exploration by having people explore the Great Crater in hopes they would find rumored treasure within Area Zero. 1,000 years before Scarlet and Violet, the Paldean Empire started to decline because of the large funding that went into supporting the countless expeditions to Area Zero that always ended in failure. 805 years before Scarlet and Violet, the Niger and Yuva Academy were founded in Mesagoza. Well, not one or the other, depending on what game you got. 800 years before Scarlet and Violet, the unification of the Paldean Empire and its neighboring countries took place, which was establishing of the modern Paldea region. There we go. 200 years before Scarlet and Violet, Heath Area Zero's expedition team claimed to be the first ones to reach the bottom of Area Zero. The Area Zero expedition team discovered Herba Mystica and planted them around Paldea with the hopes of cultivating them, but abandoned the project when Pokemon in those areas consumed the plants and grew to fearsome sizes. The team classified right. These Pokemon were classed as Titans. Right. The Great Cloth ran them away and said, "You cannot have these plants. They're all mine." He published the Scarlet Violet book, the findings of Area Zero's expedition team, but due to the fantastical nature of their discoveries, they were believed to be liars and were discredited. 140 years before Scarlet and Violet, terrestrialized Pokemon were spotted for the first time in Area Zero. 87 years before Scarlet and Violet, a research facility was constructed in Area Zero. 10 years before Scarlet and Violet, Professor Sada/Toro discovered the energy emitted by the crystals in Area Zero is what caused terrestrial phenomena and used that knowledge to invent the Terra Orb and shared it with the Pokemon League and Academy to gain more funding for their research. 1.5 years before Scarlet and Violet, Nimona became the youngest person to achieve champion rank, in which I find that very believable. She is crazy.
Yeah.
Team Star confronted their bullies at the academy, which caused a scandal, made all the academy staff resign, but not before Director Harrington sent Team Star leader Cassiopeia away. Clavel and Jock quit their jobs helping with research in Area Zero to work at Niger/Yuva Academy. Clavel became the new director, while Jock became the biology teacher. Time retired as gym leader of Montevera and became the mathematics teacher at Niger/Yuva Academy, and her sister Rhyme took over as gym leader of Montevera. 1 year before Scarlet and Violet, Professor Sada/Toro created a working time machine alongside with their AI assistant made in their likeness. They started to bring Pokemon from the past/present, dubbed Paradox Pokemon, to live in the present with other Pokemon and human. An incident occurred between a pair of Miraidon/Koraidon that Sada/Toro brought over from the past/future, which brought about Sada/Toro's death.
Jeff's like, wait a second.
I'm beyond lost.
It's version exclusive. That's the best way I can put it. Starting of Scarlet and Violet, 2 to 3 years after the events of Sword and Shield, I believe, after doing all of my research and reading and whatnot, the friendly Miraidon left Area Zero to get away from the aggressive counterpart and crash on the beach near Professor Sada / Toro's lab. Florian / Juliana, the player character, meet Director Clavel and Nimona. They also receive their starter Pokemon. The player character and Nimona find the friendly Miraidon / Caridon and meet Arvin, the son of the professor of the region, who hands over Miraidon Caridon a Pokeball. The player character battles Nimona for the second time and sees Terrasolation for the first time. The player character saves Penny from Team Star and receives a Terror Ore from Nimona. The player character starts a treasure hunt and the game 3 storylines with Nimona, Gym Challenge / Champion Path, Arvin, Urban Mystica / Titan Path, and Cassiopeia, Team Star / Operation Starfall. The player character goes to Area 0 with Nimona, Arvin, and Penny to help Professor Sada / Toro. The group discovers the truth and shuts down the time machine. The most interesting locations of Paldea. Paldea is a vast open region with 12 cities and towns spread throughout and is divided into 4 provinces that are labeled based on the directions North Province, South Province, East Province, and West Province. Each province is also divided. This is done by number areas, with South Province having the most with 6 areas. Let's start off with the South. We have Kobo Poco, the small town / village that the player character and Nimona's family houses are found. We have Mezagosa, the largest city in Paldea. It is found here. Not it's found here, Lord Jesus. It is built around the academy, which was once a castle where the emperor lived. The entrance of the Pokemon League is also located here. Yuva Academy, essentially Orange and Grape Academy, being exclusive, yada yada. There we go. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just scooting through what I wrote. It is the top school in the region where students and staff lived on campus. This is the first place in the game that shows us that the schools do teach all the basic real world subjects. Because I always used to wonder that, like, do they learn math?
That's true. That's true.
Then we have Lavencia, located in the East Province, which is the port city and major business hub and home of Iona, the big-time influencer, as well as the Lavencia city's gym leader. We have Tag Tree Thicket, which is a forest located in the East Province. You will find the Navi Squad's base here for Team Star. You have Zappa Pico, a town located here. The only thing that it is useful for is getting the auspicious armor or the malicious armor to evolve your what is it called?
Armor Rogue or
your Charcadet into Armor Rouge or Cerulege. There we go. We have the Siegen base, which is the dark type base. Is located in the West Province. We got Asado Desert, which is located in the West Province, and here you encounter either the Titan Great Tusk or Iron Thread, as well as in this desert, or at the start of this desert, you will find the city of Cascarfora. However you pronounce that, people. I suck at words. Okay.
Let me take a crack.
Yeah.
Cascaraffa.
There we go. Cascaraffa. It's still a funny place because why the water take them in the desert? I do not know.
You know, they're just trying to keep you on your toes.
Clearly, as a sandstorm rages while you having a water type gym leader battle.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Then we have the Glaciado Mountain. The mountain is covers most of the North Province of the Paldea region. You will find the ice type gym here, as well as the ghost type gym here in Montevera. We have the Great Crater of Paldea. Dead center in Paldea is connected to the 4 Providence and House of Area 0 in the Area 0 Underdepths. Many high-level Pokemon call it home alongside the Paradox Pokemon released by the professor. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is the second game in the series to have DLC, and it's like Sword and Shield. It introduced new areas, Kitakami and the Blueberry Academy. Neither are within Paldea region, as the Blueberry Academy is in Unova, and Kitakami is in an unknown region. The characters, of course, you have the player characters, Florian and Juliana. We have Nimona, the battle crazy champion rank best friend of yours.
She's crazy.
Yes, she is. We have Arvin, the seemingly jerk guy who has a heart of gold and only wants to save his puppo. Everybody loves Arvin. We have Penny, who is a very confused youth who tries to get her friends wiped out, only to get them to go back to school. Yeah. We just called them and said, "Hey guys, let's go back to school." But you know, people like to do difficult things. We have the Professor Sada, and Professor Toro. Professor Sada for Scarlet, Professor Toro for Violet, a renowned professor known for researching and discovered Area Zero and invented the Terror Orb, created a time machine to bring Paradox Pokemon to the present. They are the mother/father of Arvin. Then we have Team Star, a group of academy students that were being bullied and came together to help bring an end to the bullying. The group started with Penny, Gaikamo, Mela, Yuri, Ortega, and Atticus. I am done.
There we go. We did it. We made it to the end of Generation 9 and all of the regions. But like we always do, Dad, if you were able,
oh man,
because there was a lot there.
There's a lot.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Let me sum it up for you.
It's not you, it's the game.
Paldea is, in my humble opinion, and I think, like Kumino said, the DLC doesn't actually take place in Paldea, so it doesn't matter that I didn't play them, because that has no impact on this region's lore.
Right.
Outside of Area Zero.
Well, actually, it does.
Okay.
That's
well,
the
then I'll
bad
let
part
you.
about it.
I'll let you talk about that then.
No, I'm done talking about it.
Okay. I didn't play the DLC, so I can offer no opinions on it. Outside of Area Zero, Paldea is just a cardboard box. Like, to me, nothing stood out. None of the lore at all. I didn't even notice any sort of lore outside of Area Zero. Area Zero was pretty cool, and of the 3 paths of the treasure hunt during the game, like Arvin's story is actually quite heartbreaking, honestly. And the whole like time machine at the bottom of Area Zero, and finding out that Arvin's parent is the professor of your game, and then on top of that, like finding out that the professor that you have been talking to is just an AI version of the professor, because the actual professor, like, if I'm remembering right, Kumino, like, died during their research in Area Zero. So basically, Arvin's been raised by an AI robot of his parent, and it's just it's very tragic.
Actually,
and like,
no, no. Arvin wasn't raised by nobody but himself.
Oh,
that's the whole
that is
thing.
true. That is also, yes,
like,
that is true.
Oh my God! Like, I can go into that, but I am not going to make you suffer through that whole story. Jeff, you play it and you find out, because oh my God!
And Area Zero has by far, hands down, the best music I've ever heard in any game. Period. Like, I first heard the Area Zero theme song and thought it was like an awesome remix of the Area Zero theme song, until I got to Area Zero and I was like, oh my God, that's just the song. Like, this is so good. But yeah, the paradox, like the time traveling and the past and future versions of Pokemon are all cool and fun. But everything else about Paldea, like, absolutely sucks in my opinion. So for me, I would at best give this the Galar treatment at a C, but that's just my opinion. I'd like to hear both of your opinions on where it should rank.
I'm good with that. I mean, the only thing that really captured my attention was the Convergent and Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah, the thing is with Convergent Pokemon is like they did have regional forms too. So like they had a regional a Paldea Wooper, for example. So like why even do Convergent Pokemon? You're already also putting in regional forms. So just like make them all regional forms. It's very dumb. But yeah, Kumino, where would you put this on the list here?
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this. All of the stuff that I put in here, that's only half of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, it's another example of of course, all of the lore that you can find is all in the library that's at the academy. But let's be honest, who spent time at the academy to read all of those books?
It's very true.
It should have been something that was way more prominent in the game in itself. Like, you did it with past reasons. Why not have it right there in the forefront to where it actually mattered? The main, I mean, don't get me wrong, the story that they did tell, fantastic. But like the lore in itself, it wasn't prevalent to the game. So honestly, lore-wise, I have to give it a D. Because
so even the stuff that they
not
had in
there.
the game was still not like very interesting. Like the stuff that you did read in the library, or was that stuff like? Is it one of those situations where like it has a good foundation, it just wasn't given to the people?
Yeah,
Type deal.
yeah. Like the foundation of it is fantastic. Like again, it in all honesty, it could have been the next Legends game because it's so much. Oh my god. But
Like, is there enough there to put it in a B or even an
no.
A? Or is, even though there's a lot, like a massive
Well, you know what?
quantity of lore, is it just not like that
Yeah,
good?
because again, I'm putting in my own personal feelings into this. Looking at the lore, and like I said, oh my god, it's a lot of it. Yeah, it's worthy in itself of a game. So yeah, it can actually go into an A because like you can go into a lot of detail with the lore in itself. Just its lore, its history is a game. Go for it. Go for it because it would be good. You
Okay,
know,
so
to
outside of the Area Zero stuff, because that portion of the lore that I experienced was very, very cool. Like, what outside of Area Zero in Paldea makes it on a Unova level in terms of lore?
well, let's see. You have the whole thing about the war because there was another war within this region when the Paldean Empire first got there, you know, taking over everything. And all of its neighboring areas. So you got that to expand on because it was some deaths. It was a lot of deaths that I didn't put into this.
Kumino
But
just had like a nom flashback, like on camera.
yeah, because like I'm reading it and I'm like, oh my god, Jesus Christ, these what? Oh wow, this person was beheaded. Oh Jesus Christ. But yeah,
Wow.
like like you have all of that, then you go 100 years into the future from that, and you got the emperor who's greedy, causing everybody to venture down into Area Zero, like not even touching on what's going on down there, but just venturing down there and all that stuff there, where people coming in from different regions in a whole to just try to be able to get down there and persuading him with gifts and all of this stuff there, in which the trader that gave him the Pokemon of Ruin, like he sold those Pokemon to the king. I mean to the emperor, because he was like, "Oh no, these Pokemon in itself are treasures." Like I said, like it's a like all day lore, like you can make like two games off of it.
Oh,
Just
dang.
off of different eras. Just
Yeah, and it's such a shame that, like, I mean, I get the main target audience of these games are younger, but like if you're gonna put all that stuff in there, like it seems like a waste of creative time and effort to create all that and then just like not present it in a cool way to the players, you know? I had no idea that existed. And I played the game and beat it.
right. Because again, like, yeah, you walk in and it's a massive library. And like, of course, when you go to every bookshelf, you can't read every book on the bookshelf, but it's a whole bunch of bookshelves with these books having like some of them got like 10, 12 pages in there that you can actually read.
Mm.
Nobody's really doing that because they're not indicative to the game. They're not important to anything in the game. Like the most notable thing that everybody talked about was, oh my God, Sonya's published book is here in this library. So this game is connected to Sword and Shield. Like,
Mm.
okay, yeah, fantastic. But we played that. We already know the history of that.
Right, right. Yeah, well, that sounds cool because that makes me want to dig into it more. Um, and I think at the end of
Trust
the
me,
day,
you don't want to go down that well. I mean, if you want to, go ahead, but oh my God. Like I said, this is only half of everything.
well, when you say it like that, you make it sound not cool, but it sounds pretty cool for putting it up in the A tier. But I think at the end of the day, like creating a list like this is just, I think, a good exercise of a good exercise, but also a sad exercise, and like the potential that these regions have as just like existing fictional pieces, right? If we're completely removing the gameplay and like the Pokédex to an extent, I mean, we talked about cool, interesting Pokemon, which were essentially like the legendaries and whatnot, but like those Pokemon are usually pretty critical to the lore of a region, you know. But there's such potential in a lot of these regions. I mean, we have 4 regions smashed in the B tier that all could easily be A or S tier if they just dove in a little deeper into some of the past or the history or the events that maybe were touched on. And then you have poor Galler that's just like, I exist, love me. But yeah, I don't know. And I think what this makes me want to do is like make cool fan games based on like on further exploring aspects of these different regions, you know, that we weren't given. And I think that's one of the things that I love about fan games and PokéBoys and like going through things intentionally. Like I mean, Bushido's not based on an existing region, but like going through games created by fans because they'll latch on to something in one of these games, right? And then that inspires them to create their game. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so much potential in each of these 9 regions. And it's cool to explore that and dive into it and learn about. But then at the same time, it's disappointing because we didn't fully get to experience it, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes all of sense.
Yeah.
But
like you have the Lord there. Why not give it to us?
yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied with the list. I mean, I didn't imagine we would have a lot of, and maybe we'll catch some flack for not having, you know, many in C or D tier. But hey, we love Pokemon. We're gonna find the things we love about these games.
Right.
not things that we hate.
Right, because we can be biased now, and it'll be a bunch down there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised about Paldea. But from the stuff you had here on the doc, and then like the other things you're saying that you didn't even include on the Word doc here, it sounds like there's so much to explore there. And that's just another one of those cases where it's just kind of tragic. Where like I played through the game and beat it, and like didn't even know half of that stuff even existed.
Yeah, because you won't, because just the game itself is empty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cardboard box. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's just big open nothingness. Soul.
Nothingness.
The game itself is very soulless and lacks that life. But Jeff, did anything stick out to you during this exercise? I know like so much information was thrown at you, but what did you take out of doing something like this?
I mean, it gives me an appreciation for the amount of work that gets put into these games, obviously. It's a heck of a lot more than what I'm doing. Makes me want to play these games. And be, I don't know, kind of pay more attention when I'm playing games too, because other than Sword, there wasn't really much happening, or enough that really caught my attention all that much.
Yeah.
But by doing this, I've got a good idea of what there is that's being offered to us as Pokemon gamers. So I think probably digging a little bit more would be good for me.
Yeah. Did any of the rankings surprise you, Kumino, where we landed on any of the games, or did this kind of play out what you maybe had in mind?
You know what? Yeah, it did. That we actually put Hoenn above Unova.
Mm.
You know,
You really
like,
sold it though. You sold Hoenn. Like you did a great job of you and Winter for sure.
we tried. Even though we left out Sheninja. Okay.
Yeah. Rest in peace. Poor Ninja. But yeah, thank you again, Winter and Venom, and yeah, of course, Kumino, helping me gather all the information for this because it was quite the project. And
Right.
this
This
Word
made
doc
me
we're going
realize
off
that
of.
I am too old to go to college.
Yeah, the Word doc is 33 pages long, so a little bit of effort went into that. But thank you guys, Winter, Venom, Kumino, too. Thank you for helping me gather all the information. Dad, thank you for sitting through it.
Yeah.
Listeners, thank you for sitting through it. Make sure you subscribe. Hope you enjoyed the Generation Lock. And that's kind of what inspired this whole interstitial episode here. And stay tuned because season 6 right around the corner, and we're going to be doing a fun little challenge, the gym leader lock, I guess. Haven't quite thought of a catchy name for it yet, but stay tuned. That'll be coming somewhat soon. And we're looking forward to it. So we'll see you guys around.
Peace.